Our podcast has started.
I watched planning the other night. Better through YouTube than it is through Zoom.
I think it's even better through Zoom, now that we're not using two speaker systems. And then even better still on YouTube. Cool.
So I'll call you in order.
22 pages.
Tracy.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I noticed you had nothing on your chair agenda. I wonder if I could make a request under the chair agenda. Last week in public safety, we spoke with the sheriff regarding the SROs.
Yes.
The costs for those SROs are fairly high.
Yeah.
I was wondering if the county would consider paying the fringe for those SROs while the school districts and the towns cover their salary costs. That's something that we might consider.
We were part of, the end budget, we're paying part of it already with them. So, our full-time person for us are all.
Yes,
And when they're not in school, it comes paying about a third of their salary fringe
right,
to cover, basically cover the overtime.
Sure.
When they're, they come in on overtime,
Sure.
when they're not in school session or summer hours, they cover vacations and stuff and patrol.
right.
So we are covering part of it already.
I wonder, because Attica schools in your district or your town, they've actually, in their new contract, school district has asked for additional days for the SRO, around 10 or so additional days to cover some summer time activities or something of that nature, but they've asked for, instead of the typical 190 days, over 200 now. Something to consider, have the county pay for the fringe component, and that way the towns or the school districts and the towns would only have to pay for, in the case of Arcade, I believe, would only have to pay for the salary portion.
Well, that's part of the other issue with it. You know, right now, the county's not giving anything to, and I'd say giving anything, the county's not part of Warsaw's RSO or Perry's.
That's right.
Arcades. So they asked everybody to check in the fringe on Attica and that's what Wyoming, you know, to make it easy for the school districts to accept it.
Well, given the fact that students from those school districts also reside in a number of other towns, you know, the case of Wyoming, Covington, Bethany, you know, there are a number of towns that are covered, even Warsaw.
That's where it's just my opinion that the school districts should cover the RSO because of their. That's our school issue. Because they're those are the awards county are receiving it, as opposed to spreading it across the county and whatnot. But we have a hybrid arcade or arcades.
Right.
Pay part of it. I'm sure Warsaw's buildings are paying part of it. I don't know if the town's involved in it. the same period. Mr. Brookside is like, I don't think town is operating this, it's the village. PD is doing it. I don't know, I'm just saying, we're gonna muddy the water by adding more county money into it as opposed to letting districts take care of themselves.
Yeah, I understand. And where it hurts is in the case of the smaller school districts.
Yeah.
An SRO for Wyoming at the full deputy benefit and pay would amount to about $1,600 per student. So, you know, it gets pretty costly to cover that, despite the fact that it's necessary. I mean, it's absolutely
I
necessary.
don't disagree with that. I don't, often I don't know that, you know, through everything that's going on, the state or the feds are gonna start looking at a
Sure.
program that says for every 500 students, you gotta have that's like 300.
Right.
For every building you got, so they have to add two,
Sure.
flexible. I paid on it.
Yeah. I know there's a push at the state and federal level to prioritize funding for SROs.
I strongly feel that that's probably going to be coming down
Mhm.
just because of the public safety of it. So,
Yeah, Councilor Sheldon, also that we have 3 school districts with our residents go to 3 different school districts. 2 of them aren't in our county.
Mhm.
You know, you start in that where I would look at it with more, I would feel better that the school that already has taxing jurisdiction on all those people, including in different counties, that they're the ones that would take up the cost of.
Sure. And, you know, in a larger school district, Brian, it wouldn't be an issue. But with the smaller school districts, it's a matter of affordability and, you know, that's a major issue.
It's definitely disadvantage for smaller school districts.
And Wyoming has chose to stay that K through 8 smaller district, even though there's always been a push on for merging into other districts and making it larger.
Right.
And the taxpayers within that district have made that choice. So I guess if the taxpayers within that district want an SRO, they would be making that, it's part of their choices to remain that small district.
Mhm.
Is my view on it. I agree that it needs to be done. And again, I think it's going to come back to a federal or a state level versus the county or within their own district. And there'll be, again, the district is already established as a taxing district. And it would just be adding that, was it $130,000 onto already a large budget. It's my opinion.
But it's something you can toss around. I think I kind of like to hold off on it until we find out what the state or federal force school is really, I do suspect by this fall, there's going to be a change. That's our requirement.
Right, I think they're gonna come in and they're gonna look at all the schools and they're gonna look at all the procedures and they're gonna look at everything and they're gonna determine what every school is gonna need.
It's just. It's a hot topic now because what happened, and the governor wants to step in and fix it with a broad paintbrush, and it's not the answer. You know, I'm favorable with it, is the whole thing with gun control. I'm not a proponent of the government. The federal government can start looking at mental health issues. you know, guns don't have a little involved with this, it's the people that are doing it, and we have a lot of people. Flying under the radar is because you're not knowing, service, you're not allowed to report that, or we're not willing to admit that somebody's not fit for society to be able to. I'm not saying you do that to a CSI, that's all right, but it's gonna be, there's gonna be in my mind, it's gonna be a broad paintbrush coming out about SRO. I think it's gonna be this fall. I don't know what's gonna be forced, and doing it now would have to change in 3 months, because the state says you gotta have X number of SROs for your per student or what. It's- Well, this is, you said it here, you said it 2, 3 years ago, when we did it. Doug and I both sat there in that safety meeting, and said that the counties, where else was there, I think we're just, but we're for rules and protecting children. If it comes down to that, I think maybe the county can throw some more money in, but I don't know what's gonna be the answer this fall, where it's gonna stand. So,
Are you talking the amount is only 2/3 of the total, right? But like, let's just say there was a Thanksgiving deputy, and then if it was structured the same, it would be 2/3. So you're saying of that 2/3,
Yeah, it's the 55.8% fringe component.
of a whole, of a 100%
yeah.
FTE, but are you talking about 2/3? Is that what they're presenting? 2/3 of that, like saying in the summer when they're not there?
Yes,
So you're saying that's still too expensive, the 2/3?
yes,
So, I mean, even if that was the thing, you would still have the 1/3 the county would still be paying for, so in essence, that would be helping. But you're saying the 2/3 is still too much.
yes.
Even, you're talking 200 work days, right? What they're looking for. I know that prison guards have to work 220 days.
Mhm.
So we're talking 20 days, and that's not 1/3 of it either, right? I mean, if we're picking up 1/3 of everything, I don't know what's a normal work year for people in government.
40 hours is 28
How many?
2080 is 40
hours, but 281 days,
281
that's
days?
for, yeah, roughly. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's which that
That's what we
actually.
budget for typically 281 days. 281 or 261?
260.
Oh, 261, sorry.
261 sounds, so. Sounds a little bit more correct.
Right, so,
52 weeks a year, 2 Saturday, Sunday, that's 104 days minus 365, yeah. So it's, plus you have vacation days and holidays and whatever. Anyways. So you're talking 200 days, that's the majority of their time. And it's more.
Well, that is the case for
It's more than.
Attica. It may not be the case for every school district. Usually it's around 190,
180
190.
days of,
180.
180 days of
Of actual school present time,
class time.
yes. And then there's, special events or whatever, graduations, things like that. But, okay, I didn't want to take up any more of your time, but I'd raise it.
Sorry. So I was just really looking for a status update on our office space in Thompson Hall in the basement. I was listening to the last month and read the minutes, and I know that there was discussion about asbestos testing, but I've not been communicated with as far as where that goes, or even if the rodent problem has been solved in the basement. Chris and I haven't seen anything in our office of how the activity was in Nicole's office and the maintenance room, but I know the tracks are still set up, but I don't really know, where that is. I mean, if it's in the basement, if it's in one room in the basement, it has to be, you know, kind of throughout. But the asbestos is really what, really concerns me.
I have not followed up on it personally. I guess I kind of looked at, did it, Viper, Predator, we're gonna figure out what we're gonna test on that. And I didn't push for that, I don't know if you were push for that. Well, where's the part? He's not here. He's not out, is he?
No, he's not, but I know Mike would tell you that the hospital belongs with the hospital, so probably should be good to reach out to Craig and make those arrangements with Craig.
So I can tell you when the exterminator was down there and he was poking his head up inside our drop ceilings down there, he mentioned that we had a secondary drop ceiling
Multiple options, yeah.
and that the mice had chewed through. And if those tiles are asbestos, they now lay on our ceiling tiles. I know that when Nicole was still here, that she had noticed that one morning when she came in, her tiles had been moved and like some of her office furniture had been moved around and there was talk that maintenance was gonna come in and vacuum the tiles. So if they were asbestos up above and they disturbed it, then it's in the air down there.
My knowledge, the tiles were not concerned about asbestos, the pipe work up there had some insulation on it that the exterminator thought was asbestos, which wasn't disturbed, but will be disturbed if they had, when you go to clean, you know, be bumping, banging and stuff. That's why, to my knowledge, that's why they didn't hang them. I don't know if they tested to make sure whether that insulation on the tile or on the pipes is asbestos or not. I will,
Has the testing been done?
I don't know that it is, I haven't followed up on it.
Jerry, I asked you about that. You know what's going on?
I turned it over pretty much to Brian and Craig.
We're gonna call
Was
it,
that about a month ago, right?
I'm gonna call it the president, find out who that. And, don't get out of it, it's not done.
All right now.
Sure.
Don't press it, Mr. Nichols. Unless you think you could take on the both of us.
Tracy, do you rent space in that building?
Well, about
We don't pay, county doesn't pay for that space?
No, well, there's nothing that comes out of my budget that is being over to us.
Okay. Is that the true for you as well?
I don't think that typically there's not any chargebacks to hospital for the space that we're using in there. I think years ago, the health department was in there and then and the hospital moved in and I think it was a shared building, we're all one thing, it doesn't make a difference.
I left them message.
And I think in the past, we've spent money on the building, the county has, we've renovated the whole building.
Yep.
And then now the hospital kind of maintains the building. I think it's kind of a joint.
And I don't know, I mean, I know that Mike will tell you that nothing was done with the downstairs, and Mike was there during those renovations, so, you know, if you wanted to know anything of certainty, I know you could talk to Mike, because he had those, you know, he knows where it was tested, where it wasn't tested.
It seems to me that in as much as the majority of the residents of that building are county employees, right?
No, I would say that that's not true now because the hospital has moved over quite a few.
Oh, they do have a,
Well,
Yes, like medical
They're all county employees.
All right,
Every single.
but let's separate the hospital employees,
But the hospital employees are county employees.
of course.
So, but yeah, 100% of the occupants of that building are county employees. Of the occupants, there are a
I think it's a split.
of people who share responsibility for hospital and county service to employees, my department and your department. Maintenance, housekeeping, IT support, janitorial support, yards and grounds, snow removal, all of that is handled by the hospital.
Okay.
All physical plant support, HVAC.
Is there a reason for that?
Is it the hospitals is on the hospital grounds is considered hospital property.
Okay,
That's just the way it is. I mean, I don't know that it has to be that way, but that's the way it's set up.
all right, Tracy, I'll be more direct.
Okay.
Are you satisfied with the responses you've received from the hospital maintenance?
No,
Staff.
absolutely not. Nothing was communicated to me at all. I reached out to Craig Woodworth, I emailed him, I left him messages. Nothing. I CC'd him on the email that I sent out to the board supervisors after the committee of the whole, because there were some things in the minute that I wanted to clarify. And I received no response.
Okay, it would seem to me that, you know, as tenants of that building, we should expect some level of communication and, you know, action associated with the concerns that the residents have. That just doesn't seem to be occurring.
And there's no space left upstairs for you to go back.
No, the hospital has moved over like their medical records and, you know, there's nothing.
Some of the hospital has got 2 or 3 people.
They're staffed like Fordwood. I mean, that's not a lie.
Like that, there's 3 deaths. Oh my.
Brian, could you bring this as an agenda item to the Board of Managers meeting? You know, and ask them why we're not getting a response to some legitimate concerns about.
I'm gonna call her today. Talk about all this walk, I didn't have any answers then, and I didn't get any, I didn't go back and get any answers. So I'll answer them fast.
I mean, at least communicate with, you know, the people who are raising the questions and have the issues.
She should have answered, somebody.
Absolutely.
Should have got a computer and she should have got answered that. So
Right.
I let that know.
I mean, if it's impeding your ability to do your job, you have legitimate concerns about the health of the work environment,
Yes,
they ought to be addressing that.
yes, I agree. That's my opinion.
Okay.
So Dave Granger has been texting me, I muted him because it was his mic that was hot. Said he wanted to ask a question. He has to unmute himself, I don't know. Dave, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Hey, I have a question. Has there been a stop order on that area until that's been tested for asbestos?
I don't believe so.
And why not? Once somebody, if I understand the law properly, once somebody identifies or questions if something is as asbestos in the area, there's automatically a stop order issue. Nobody is to work on the project until it's been tested.
Nobody has worked on the project, they're not disturbing anything at this point.
No,
But
that's,
I don't know that they didn't, I don't know why they were making the testing done. Because.
Okay,
they had-
Brian, can you check to see if that order? Okay, thank you for checking on that.
And I will get the battle this time. But
Okay, thank you.
my recollection of it from a month ago was Craig read the report of the asbestos removal and everything was abated, it was clean. But Mike had a different opinion on that. So
But with my understanding, once somebody identifies as possible asbestos, it has to be a stop order and it has to be checked before anybody can work in that area again.
If you're working there. It's not disturbed. You do not have to remove it.
So I would say that the movement of the tiles happened after your committee of the whole.
Look at that. So look at that.
I think we did it in overnight because Nicole's hours, she started at 7:30 and her office space was disturbed either Wednesday morning or Thursday morning.
Tracy, I think it would be, in my opinion, reasonable if you weren't receiving adequate response to your concerns relative to the space, that you would be asking this group to seek alternative accommodations for you and your office in some other space within the county, if you're not seeing.
So I have reached out in the past regarding that also, and I was told that there was no space for us and that we, I guess our wagon is hitched with HR. Yeah, I have to state my term.
Are you so,
The
you're intricately linked with HR in terms of your
Well, we are,
activities?
but most of our communication with HR comes through emails.
Sure.
We get updates on employees who are hired and termed, and if there's changes that would affect them qualifying for benefits, as far as health and dental insurance. We get communication from the hospital, and any other department, we get email for workers' comp claims, the paperwork sent to us through email.
There's no reason why you couldn't accomplish those things in another location.
I think it's only convenience sake for the hospital employees to come over, if they have to talk to us. Most county employees, when they come over, they usually call ahead and make an appointment. Because obviously they're coming from, another building or
Right.
not a distance, but, they don't usually just drive over just to see if they're available. So I would say it's probably more for, say, for the hospital employees. We do get a lot of traffic from that. But, many of them have email addresses, but everybody has a phone.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman. I guess I have a question, if I could just ask, HR director, what is the biggest, okay?
Sure.
What is the biggest turnover of employees and what is the most, who has the most employees out of the county?
Hospital by far has the greatest churn in terms of hiring new people and processing old people as a hospital, overwhelming majority.
So the hospital would be utilizing, they certainly sign up for the health insurance and things like that, and get the turnover.
Yes.
The employees.
Yeah, the overwhelming majority now are transactional work, but I think yours and mine is hospital based. I would say 80% or more, just off my own guess.
And your shifts on, we got 3 shifts?
3 shifts a day, 7 by 24, which other than the sheriff's office, there's no one county. It's 365.
Just as far as location and to save, every time away from your job, going to is time that we're looking for.
Why do they have to walk over to the building? They can't pick up the phone and call.
Most of the work we do, I think collectively requires, either, original signatures. We can't make payroll changes, we can't make benefit changes.
Okay.
There are certain things that we, by law, cannot change without the employee's original signature.
In the insurance office? Okay.
Well, no, so I think I mentioned before that we are implementing a new benefit platform, which is web-based. And so we're going to try to eliminate the majority of our paper as far as enrollments are concerned. And I've worked, this program is actually offered and maintained through the Anchor Group, through our health insurance broker. And so we're gonna move to like electronic signatures. We're gonna do open enrollment next year electronically. So I've been working with Kyle really closely since last fall. The majority of people will be able to do this electronically, sign it electronically. There are people within the county that they don't have a county email or a hospital email, or they don't have internet access at home. But my plan is I have an old desktop computer that was Dixie's in my office stuff. It's to set up a workspace where those folks that don't have access can just come in and, sit down and do this. They would need to make an appointment to come in and do it, but eventually, and then working with the Anchor Group also, he is working with our carriers for health and dental and our HRA account, where when you make change or you sign up for health insurance, you fill in this form, there's parameters set by it. So you are a CSCA member and you're hired at the hospital and your new hire is, tomorrow. It knows that you are gonna have health insurance on 7/1. It knows what we're gonna put in there, what health insurance you are eligible for, what your co-pays are, or what your payroll deductions are. And then this fee will go electronically to the carriers. So it will help us cut down on the paper that we store, the extra entry into each of these systems. So we will be entering it once into our system, and then it will feed into theirs.
And it will reduce foot traffic.
And hopefully we'll help reduce some budget.
Doug, is this the place, Thompson, where the county made some investments and we had that ice damming issue?
There was a flat roof on it, we built a peak roof.
So who paid for that? The county, right? And we did the work?
We did the work, that's all said was the super.
We had to re-insulate and change insulation and drill holes for.
So we've already made, my point is, we've already made investments in this building from the county side, not the hospital side.
Right, well, this stuff wasn't rolled out originally, is beyond me.
Yeah,
If you're gonna work in an area, you're gonna start disturbing stuff just because it was a new ceiling, you put a false ceiling in, it's wrong. It's a sin from 5, 10, 20 years ago, whatever.
sure.
So, and I said that last one.
Well, I think,
Why the asbestos wasn't pulled out 5 years ago, 10 years ago, the ball would drop back on. But we knew the problem, so.
right,
But what it comes down to is, we can discuss this all day long, and I'm not trying to diminish what Tracy's saying, she's got a strong point, and I feel bad because I didn't follow up on that. But what we need to do is get the facts, get it tested, and make sure there's no asbestos there, or if there is, we gotta remediate it and get it out of there and make the environment safe for employees.
well,
Like you said, Uber.
Is it
at this point, We don't have
yeah, but more
a viable place.
importantly, Brian, I think
there any
since
office
the county
space
has
that
already
is
invested in money
worthwhile,
into the
we got to,
building,
you know,
despite the
we
fact that it's on the hospital grounds, we need to make a decision around who is going to maintain that building and grounds or the hospital.
That decision is made.
That was made years ago.
This subject's been dropped. I will make the call today, I will call. Tracy.
Hospital's responsibility,
Get this
just like 408 North
Money
Main.
into it, Jerry.
Yeah, we put money in it.
But when that roof was.
Put money in the
changed,
hospital, too.
County departments were in there, not the hospital departments.
Okay, well, now we have a mix.
Right. But I mean, I just want to clarify, the hospital really wasn't involved in that building.
I
Right.
think, isn't.
The health department was in-
Saying that it's an asset. It's part of their buildings, it's an asset on their campus, on their footprint.
Okay.
That's the way it is.
And so we gave it to them.
Then we need to hold their feet to the fire.
I mean, Cindy brought up a
We need to hold their, it's our fire.
Does 408 have an empty office space that they could go temporarily? At least get them out of the basement?
Was falls, because they were talking about trying to change something there, and,
They are.
but, I will make a call after the meeting, or put on there and see Craig, he's there every day. If he's not there, I'll talk to him, and I will personally take care of it, get it done.
Yeah, I mean, we have a
I'll
response.
call Tracy, I know where we're at, and if there's a, and get it tested. The biggest, get it tested, make sure we're not assuming, we're not guessing,
Sure.
get the facts. This is, that's the map, like I said.
Well, more importantly,
Red report, it said, all assessments.
Yep.
Like,
I don't-
different opinion.
I don't think we're gonna really
So we
find
gotta-
anything. but-
We gotta get the fact, can't sit there and beat this up.
Well, no, more importantly, we have a responsibility of providing reasonable accommodations for county employees. And if the employees who are in that facility don't believe that they're being reasonably accommodated, either because of rodent problems or potential asbestos issues, we have a responsibility to act upon that. Or the hospital does.
I believe if the report that Mike is kind of quoting is back from 2004, 2005 timeframe. That there was some asbestos there somewhere. So I'm not exactly sure where. I didn't read the report. They got it downstairs when I was looking into it. And Craig has another report. So I'm not exactly sure.
Well, what it comes down to is we're living and suffering from the sins of 5, 10, 15 years ago.
I wouldn't go that far, but
Oh, yeah.
no, I
The
wouldn't.
hospital, land regulation. You open up a wall, they found asbestos in it, that they put behind the wall 20 years ago when they changed the office. Then, so we stopped work and they had to remediate that out. They set them back 2 weeks and.
25 years.
$1,000.
25 years ago, they weren't worried as much about asbestos.
Well, I'm just saying, that's the point.
As long as you didn't disturb it, it was fine. It's the same thing right now. There's asbestos floor tiles. As long as you go over the top of them and don't disturb them, you're fine.
Right.
By law. So don't just say that, it was 20 years ago, they just didn't do their due diligence, because they probably did.
Cost.
And cost was involved in it.
Right. They took the way out.
And I don't want to kick the can down the road, but why don't we discuss this at committee of the whole? Because there's more to this than what we're talking about. You got mental health that needs office space.
Yes.
You're in the same position down there where chances are you got mold, everything else in that building. So, it's not just one thing. You got several. And I'll throw out something that's probably won't be popular, but the hospital does own the property across the road where cooperative extension was, if you chose to build a building for maybe HR, workman's comp, mental health. I'm just saying. Or if you can find another building somewhere. I'm,
Goes on the line. So this whole problem goes on the line. Whatever it was, in the past, they chose not to disturb it because it was cheaper not to disturb it. Now, it's an issue, we're gonna have to go back in there after that room is probably gutted and clean it up. So we're doing it a second time. So that's my point of saying this is the past.
I don't agree.
So.
We don't have, we didn't, back then, we didn't have a crystal ball that says, oh, all of a sudden, asbestos is gonna be a problem in 2020. Or it wasn't in 2000.
It wasn't.
It wasn't that big of a problem, trust me.
When we remodel my father's house.
Well, I don't care about your father.
We were told by the health department. Personally, you can't. So, asbestos has been over, a lot over 20 years. Anyways. We can call my guy. That's all I can say.
That may not be today.
Well, as long as it's full, it could be.
So could we, would you believe that you'd have an answer by committee of the whole next week?
Yes.
20 minutes.
I will let you know.
Okay,
I will know what we're doing.
we could add that to the agenda.
I phone is up to message. Anyway. So. Anything else? Any questions for Tracy?
So I think because these 1 and 2 are both SHI contracts, we should combine them and do a resolution to 5,000 grant.
Okay, that's actually different things.
Products, but it's still within SHI, so we'll
Okay,
do
yeah,
one
no, that's what we're
resolution and then we'll bullet the different products.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so 1 and 2.
Okay, so 1 and 2, if we're looking at it line by line, number 1 is our Palo Alto firewall. It's the edge device that provides the majority of security from the outside coming in and going out. That's that, it's the unit we already have. This is just for support of the maintenance of the physical box itself and then all the pieces it does. Like it has a sandbox of, checking files that has to write, it opens that itself and checks them and passes on. It looks for signatures, things like that. DNS security, and then their threat definitions, it has multiple layers that it checks for. So that amount covers each piece of the Palo Alto. Going down to line 2, this is, they break it up into 2 separate contracts, but this is for our VMware environment. That is the virtual server environment next door. It's about what 90% of production runs on for servers. Normally, like when Rhonda Pierce needed a new server this year for her new ACS application, we spun one up on there. The only thing we have to do for that is pay for a Microsoft license. We're in the old days, like anytime someone a new application or server need, you buy a new physical box. You put it somewhere, and like this alleviates that process. So that's what number 2 is, it's our virtual server environment.
Move it.
1 and 2.
Oh, one thing I was gonna note on that, I moved it to SHI. The E-Plus company I worked with, we had some issues with them, including the professional services I asked for a couple months ago, and we had issues, and I'm basically trying to not use that as a vendor anymore, because they dropped the ball on that one. So that's why I was E-Plus last year, I moved it to SHI, just for everyone's knowledge.
All in favor, 1 and 2?
Aye.
Opposed?
That's all.
There's two more guys in the,
Yep.
Well, any questions on the
I can walk through it, yeah. So the first one under that is Linstar. That's a very small contract. That's actually for our door controllers. For anyone that has swipes, like especially public safety, the few that are installed in this building. That is the service contract for that. Pretty minimal. The next one, is the middle bullet point there, is for our Beyond Trust or Boundar box. That is a remote support tool that we've been utilizing more and more every year. It allows us to connect into anyone's device, even if you're at home. You can connect in either with a website or a link. It's been a great product through and through. And the last bullet point is Fortinet. That is a very small firewall. These are something that next year they'll all be closure in February. This was the last one. This one, I believe, was Public Defenders. And yes, this is just a very small firewall types because they're not on our network, so they have their own little firewall. That makes sense.
There's a question on 3. Sure wants to say some 1, 2, so.
I agree with that. That's fine. I'm moving.
You know, they're, oh.
Yeah, we'll move the SHI ones, but let's start off say,
Any more questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 4, you're gonna find
So first off is Spectrum. I actually reached out to my Spectrum rep for a couple reasons, but one of them is speed. And they actually have a new contract. If we renew our contract with them, we can pay $12 less a month and double our speed right now. It's a 3-year contract, but we literally will pay less every month and double our.
That's why I think.
Yeah, yeah.
With the cross speed, higher speed, slower.
I've had that problem at home as well. But yeah, no, you definitely can. But that's a big thing. I know right now, one main concern of mine personally is the sheriff's office went to their evidence.com and their body cameras. And currently something that we're working on with them is they are struggling with uploading videos. So if someone goes to put their camera on the dock, they can't remove it until the upload is complete. It goes to evidence.com. It doesn't, they used to plug it into a local computer, so it would happen much faster. And now that time is delayed. I don't know if this will fix the issue. The camera, we're working on it right now, but this could hurt that. And we're still going to save money. So. Are we going, or should I go down the next? Okay.
On that Spectrum, they're gonna guarantee that price, we did it, Perry.
Yeah.
You know, and then the year they all, so the price is going up.
Right, so that's guaranteed for 36 months.
Good.
Yeah.
So do you need to have that program now? You bring that next month because you don't.
I can bring it back until it doesn't expire,
Okay,
so.
yeah, then you set it up to block.
We still have Spectrum, yeah, this, and the nice thing about this, there would be no equipment changes needed, there's no downtime, I asked all those questions. This would basically, they just keep turn of dial physically, or, you know, in theory, to give us more speed. So. Oh, it's just, yeah, they can, yeah, they can. Oh, yeah.
For less money, why would there?
I know. So. So the second thing is the IT Directors Conference in the spring. Actually, that should probably say fall, unless, I guess, no, that's fine. So it was a recap of my spring conference. All in all, that went pretty well. Again, like the contacts that I make there are very helpful as far as reaching out for things around recreating the wheel every time we have an issue or a question or things like that. I will say, like, we've had a couple open vacant positions in IT since I've started, it's over a year now. And it is the market. I know Dan has talked about this, we've all heard it. But honestly, at that place, it was more of a recruiting event, other people trying to steal people's employees or each other, including the state. Everyone's in a bad spot right now as far as the job market, so it's tough. The last thing, I think in February, we talked about using ARPA funding for increasing our backup storage. And on that, the committee wanted me to come back in June and talk about that. So I just re-quoted again this month that, and basically to recap what that is all of our backups go to a appliance. And that would have a mirror appliance in Weathersfield as well, and then this would cover both of those appliances. But all the backups are stored in this repository. I was looking to increase the space, like since we've talked, the storage has gone up about 20%. And we still have leeway, but it's just gonna continue to grow, and this would double our storage. That being said, when I brought in, I wanna say it was February's committee. It was 29.8. That price has now gone up just this month to 31.8, so it's gone up a couple grand. So I just wanted to readdress, if we have those funds available, we would save using levy next year or whatever we could do that.
I think you skipped one, Bill, you skipped 5.
I wouldn't do it as an FYI. So
Because there's number 7, it's not 6 or 7, Janice. Yeah.
I don't have that on my sheet, but that's okay.
Bill?
So, I'm sorry, I skipped to that.
Bill?
Yep.
Are there alternatives in terms of secure and encrypted cloud storage that we could use?
So, yes, but there's a couple things. So one, we have this appliance is new. It's only about a year old. So we could potentially do cloud. If I were to do cloud storage, I would definitely do it as a backup to primary storage. Like, you're definitely gonna want primary storage here, because if we do have an issue, we don't wanna try and download it from the cloud. If it's here, it's gonna be way faster to pull from a backup, whether it's a file or a server or whatever. Cloud is definitely a good backup option. One thing that the plan is when, now we actually have all the equipment and we'll be requesting licensing for that equipment next committee, but that DR site will be at Weathersfield because it's a far enough distance to actually serve as a DR site, mileage wise. Which again, like we have a gigabit connection up there now with Frontier. So again, that speed is there. So even if we were to lose this site and we still have that, we would be functional.
Sure.
I mean, we'd have to get machines for people to use, but the server environment would be there.
Right. I was just looking at alternatives
Yep.
to having to purchase physical assets that will become obsolete versus
Right.
using cloud storage, which is maintained under a whole different infrastructure.
Correct. Yes, with the cloud storage, like it's gonna be a subscription. It's gonna be a never ending cost. These appliances we own. And again, they're new, so in theory, like their lifespan should be still a while. But yeah, and the cloud thing too would make me, if I would have to imagine this would be more bang for your buck, right? I don't know if it's gonna be a cost savings because we're not gonna, I've dealt with multiple agencies that have changed their email to some, random vendor, and now their email is coming from out of country, and because they didn't know, they just wanted the cheapest email provider they could get. And now they want me to allow exceptions to the firewall because they bought,
But you have access through those services to terabytes of storage capacity where you may not necessarily have that capability.
Right, so we have, I think that we have about 16 usable terabytes on that storage because it's a RAID, so there's a lot more than that, but they strike the data across different volumes. But my big thing with cloud storage is I really want to go with a very reputable vendor because I want to make sure that they have multiple data centers. I want to make sure they're doing the right things for security. There would be a lot of questions. It would be a major project to make sure that we're crossing the right bridge to switch to cloud. I mean, and they're going to have all of our data. So
Sure, but I mean, it's common today.
100%, yeah, no, and I don't disagree, I just, with that Weathersfield location, it just makes, to me, it makes more sense to have, you know, the chances are if we do lose this site, we shouldn't lose Weathersfield as well.
Yeah, just don't do something because it's always been done that way.
This has never been done.
All right,
So this is something that I started, I actually started the project when I was in 911 with Todd, it was my recommendation to him, and, you know, we started the project back then, because I had the funding to get that project moving. And, yeah, that's something that we're just finishing up now. So, yeah, this isn't something that's definitely been done before, but in grand scheme, most places struggle with having a secondary site to move it. You know, it wouldn't make sense to move it across the street, because if some disaster happened here, you probably lose whole buildings, but to have it out in Weathersfield, you know, like, we're really segmented quite a bit, let's maybe scheme geographical and stuff. So.
the only other thing is that those assets are not hardened. From, you know,
So, yes and no, so those assets, physically, the storage ones, all the data, one is like compressed application, but then the backup software that we have actually allows us to encrypt the backups. So like during the move, they're already encrypted. So like as soon as that backup is happening, that backup is encrypted before it even gets to the box. So, yeah, and two, both of those appliances are all inter-network behind a firewall, you know, where everyone's PC has antivirus. And again, like to go back to cloud, like we're trusting someone's word that they have the correct security measures in place. I mean, at least I know our environment and what we're doing security wise.
sure. Are there sustaining costs associated with this purchase of?
For this, no, so, well, I mean, when we bought it, it was included with, I think 3 years of hardware maintenance and things like that, so.
You're asking for one-time ARPA
This
funding.
is a one-time purchase, yeah, this is just to expand the data storage in it. Yep, yeah, this would not change the cost of maintenance of the device.
Bill, how long do you suspect that would last
If I had
before we
to
need
guess,
another one?
maybe 6 years would be, I would say it'd be ideal to replace it in 6 years. So these devices, like, I've talked about this a little bit in the past, the virtual infrastructure, things like this with backups and stuff, it's stuff that's used 24/7 and at such a high level that you really should look at getting on a replacement plan. People's PCs are a little different, you know, it might not get used for a week, when they go on vacation, it gets shut down every night. You know, the use isn't the same as that stuff that, you know, it's getting pounded all day, every day. You know, my backup schedule takes up the most of the day so that there's time between each server backing up. So yeah, it's working all the time.
And can you purge old data off and use the same
So yeah,
stuff, or is it just outdated by then?
no, you can do that. So basically that's set up in our backup infrastructure. When I set up a backup job, I tell it to retain the data for X amount of time. So if it's your server, I might say retain, 30 days worth of backup and then keep a month's backup for 3 months. And you can have, it's just trying to go down rabbit hole, but you can have it set up however you want. So you can really, we keep at least 30 days worth of backups in case someone deleted a file 2 weeks ago. But yeah, we also keep a yearly backup for, someone says, oh, well, I haven't touched it in a while. We usually have a yearly backup for things as well. So yeah, that's all retention and that's all set up at the backup level. So.
More questions?
I'll move by.
Move Brian?
Sure.
I think we're coming.
Oh, 7, okay. I'll move 7.
Motion by Supervisor Brewer,
You want to amend that to 31.8? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I have the new quote, I just sent it today. It's 31,898.
We got 31,888.
Yes, yep, correct.
okay, any more questions on this? Motion by Supervisor Sue, all in favor? Opposed?
Go back to 5. Yeah, I have them do. Okay, so number 5, so is that number? Yeah, okay. So number 5, the total number is incorrect. It should be 52,638.78.
Question on this?
It's 2 separate accounts too.
Question on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Yeah, you might want to give a little hang time here, because it sounds like she's. Give her a chance to say aye.
So then that's it.
Yep. Any other questions for Bill? Bill? Next on the agenda is we got all the hospital people here. You might be waiting for a little bit. Sarah, same with you. I'd like to welcome Dave Goldust, hospital administrator. And, at this point, go around the room and introduce everybody. So, and we'll test the other way. Yeah, I'm staying at home. So, to start with here, I'm Brian Gale, I'm Dr. Leslie, chairman of the finance committee.
Janice Cook,
Shall we touch on the board clerk?
Ellen Grant from the beautiful town of Bennington.
Jerry Davis Covington.
Mike Roach, Town of Eagle.
Luann Roberts, Genesee Falls.
Dan Lure, Town of Middlebury.
Jim Brick Perry.
Same thing, like,
Brian Becker, nice to meet you all. We'll right across the back. We'll be talking all eventually, I think.
I'm all deputy treasurer.
Becky Ryan, I'm Melissa. Debbie Cole.
Jennifer Wilkinson, I'm the county attorney.
Another day on the red house.
Those guys right.
Okay, so page 9, rule of age, that's our update.
I just wanted to say, thanks, everybody. It's day 6 at the hospital. I think we're doing well. I did ask this gentleman just to come today to provide a little continuity. I'm still kind of getting my sea legs and orienting all those things. But, you know, lots of opportunity. You probably heard this. You probably heard this for several years. Lots of representatives with my own. There isn't a rural health system in America that's not going through struggles right now. That's just a fact. But I think we're well positioned. We've got a lot of changes to make. To tighten some of our expenses, as you folks know. I'm not going to go into more details here, but I think the thing that struck me that I think is important that you folks understand is there's a lot of potential from the organization, from the facility, people there. There's a lot of talent in this community. Brian and I spoke for a while. That's been a couple of years. Yeah. By the way, I grew up in East Aurora, just 30 minutes from here. And I used to go fishing, sailing at Silver Lake. I know the area well, for 30 years in West Virginia, just so you know, state of context. True. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Let's start with financials. For the month of April, the hospital had a loss of 2.7 million. It was budgeted to be 430,000, so it's a $1.4 million variance. Major things with the heavy loss in April is our agency expense, which was about 700,000. And the other thing that was contributing to this was the payment of retro pay for 2021 and 2022 wages. That was around 1.7 million. So those are heavy expenses that they're giving us. Our staffing crisis continues. It's regional. It's not just specific to us. We have agency staffing in our med surg department, our OB department, our respiratory therapy area, and our skilled nursing facility. The hospital itself has 26 contracted RNs right at this moment, with an average hourly rate between $140 and $150, and that's a decrease of $40 to $50 an hour right now. Our nursing home, 1 RN, 6 LPNs, and 5 CNAs as well in there. So staffing is critical. We continue to improve. We've had a little bit of success in recruiting, as Dean Carmen says, we're fishing in the pond with no fish. That's kind of where we're at, and unfortunately at this time. Because of the staffing crisis, we also run into difficulty with transferring patients out into nursing facilities and rehab facilities because they have a staffing crisis. So there's a trickle down effect with that. As far as COVID goes, the COVID rates in the county, which you probably know, are declining, at least reported is declining. There's a lot of home testing being done and people not reporting. However, the CDC has come out with an update for their skilled nursing facility. Anyone 50 years or older have to have 2 COVID tests a week if they have not received the second booster. The COVID test can be home COVID test and then self-reporting, but it's required. So anyone that works in the nursing home, including dietary and housekeeping, that are over 50 and do not have their second booster have to be tested twice a week. No, yes, and we've started, we've had a couple of second booster clinics already. We've had the county health department do 2. Also, our workplace health area is available to do them, and so are our clinics. Masks are still required in all healthcare facilities. Quality goes, I have some good news as far as quality goes. We just received a preview report from Hospital Compare. We went from a 2-star rating to a 3-star rating out of 5 stars. So that's an improvement. And then the leapfrog group, quality and safety score for U.S. hospitals, we received a B rating. A B rating is very excellent compared to where the other hospitals are in the region. The only hospitals in the region that are better than us are Catholic Health hospitals. And both for Rochester region and Buffalo region. Hospital updates. Our mammography department has received a 3-year certification from the American College of Radiology. Most of our modalities in radiology have American College of Radiology accreditation. Our hospital laboratory received our Joint Commission certification, and that's good for 3 years. We received some grant money from the Community Foundation of Greater Buffalo, the William Field Community Grant, $102,000, which will be used for much needed anesthesia equipment. And I also wanted to let everybody know that Dr. Colin Shear has retired, so as of the end of practicing. Questions before I get into Russ?
Mike,
Yes,
Has the dialysis clinic started treating patients
yes.
at that facility? Yeah. And,
That actually started in January.
okay, you have a sense for how busy they are?
Okay.
So I just met Dr. their college last week. And Monday, Wednesday, and Friday slots are filled. Tuesday and Thursday slots are, we're in the process of filling those.
Tuesday, Thursday. and Saturday.
Okay.
Saturday.
And are we sharing the revenue from that facility with Livingston County or
No,
no? We receive the revenue? Okay, And I would
It's a
assume-
shared service for Starbucks.
I would assume it's to the positive, right?
We have at least,
Yeah,
yes,
so that would be there.
yes, yes.
I mean, we're not losing money on the dialysis unit, are we?
Well, I wouldn't go there yet because it's still ramping up. We've got the department has level of staff to support the service. And so those Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday slots are filled. So I wouldn't go on record as saying that at this point. Can I check on that for you? And confirm?
Sure, I understand that there's a transition time, until we can ramp up the facility. And we usually accommodate that as we did with our clinics around the county, but we went into this venture because it was a necessary service, but dialysis is also kind of more at the high end from a revenue standpoint, right?
It can be, yeah.
And we would anticipate that it would be, we'd be seeing a positive cash flow from that operation.
We're still waiting for the state to provide us with a PTAN tax number.
Okay,
I've been pushing and reaching out to them, but it's New York State and they went to get it. I've reached out to CMS as well to be able to get a PTAN number, so that's kind of where we're at. As a matter of fact, I reached out to them.
what does that do for us?
It's a tax ID number. It enables us to bill properly.
Okay,
So as soon as that happens, we will be submitting all of the.
got it. Okay,
But how can we sustain those kind of losses? There was sensationalized in the paper, and our constituents are asking us, what do we tell
Well, do you want me to take that?
them? I don't know. I know your first week, it's hard for you to
I've
answer.
run rural facilities for decades. You can't. That's the honest truth. You can't sustain the losses like that. The Connecticut health system, their first quarter lost $55 million. Their numbers that are the magnitude are just not sustainable. So there'll have to be changes. What Dan and HR is working on with the hospital is a plan to reduce that agency status. That's the first and foremost thing we have to get from 26 down to a manageable number, ideally less than 10 or 5. That's hard. Everybody's scrambling. Also, there's a number of other things that, again, you gotta bear with me on day 6 here, but we're putting a plan together, a financial improvement plan, that will look at a combination of expense controls and revenue growth. And the new CFO started yesterday, so it's his second day. So it's gonna take us probably a couple months to orient, to get a good sense of where the opportunities, and then present that plan back to the board managers, which first of all, board supervisors.
But you can understand why the constituents read this in the paper and they ask us to.
So the subsidy that the county is paying now, and will have to pay for some period of time, is not sustainable. I agree completely. And the question I think in my mind, one is that subsidy was a reasonable subsidy that the county can afford long term. It's not zero. We all know that.
We know that it's a necessary facility. We have to have, we have to support it. So I understand.
Yes, it's not X millions of dollars. there's an urgency, that's why I was hired, that's why Richard Ford hired me. Is to get those expenses and finances under control. That's my number one priority.
Good luck.
Thank you. This is my first ride. I know Mike knows what needs to be done, so does Rich and Dan, and everybody else. This is getting a plan and executing it, and getting that approval of this group to make those changes.
Thank you.
Well, that was the issue last month in our regular board meeting and finance committee meeting. And I think, the majority of the supervisors support the hospital. But we ought to be demonstrating that in our votes as well. It's okay, I think, if you disagree and vote your conscience on a particular measure because you don't necessarily agree. But this should not be a political issue. I mean, if we're supporting that hospital, then we need to demonstrate that in our commitment in the Board of Supervisors meetings, and not just, waste those votes on because we disagree with a particular, direction or a particular lack of information. Find it out, do your homework before the meeting, and then vote accordingly. Say that because last month was a bit of a debacle in terms of our board meeting, and it should not get to that point. That's what these sessions are for, to have those type of discussions. But, and we want to give Mr. Kobus every opportunity to assess the situation at the hospital with the board of managers and the senior staff there, and then, make us some recommendations. But I mean, you've got time. I mean, there's obviously a sense of urgency, but I think we all have a level of tolerance in terms of how much the county is willing to provide in terms of funding. But I think we recognize that we have to provide some level of support. But
yeah, could I just add something to that? So rural facilities, healthcare facilities and hospitals have struggled for a long time, decades, and there's national trends that a lot of areas around the county is not an exception. There's a sort of Commonwealth Street, and that's population decreases in technology and giant systems consolidation, all those things. Be that as it may, COVID threw everything out the window.
Sure.
And so some of these are exceptional events that I think most folks are confident will not last forever. But the question is it another 6 months, 12 months, 24 months? And I don't think anybody understands or has a crystal ball at this point to know what that is. I would anticipate at this point, and just kind of put it out there, at least to the end of this year, there will be funding needs for the health system.
Great.
Yes. And going into 2023, we'll get a better sense of that in the next 30 and 60 days. Myself, the CFO, Mike, and the senior team, and we'll be very transparent with you folks and the county what those needs are.
Great. That's all we can ask.
We'll be very transparent.
Okay.
Let's go to the contract. The first contract is to amend approval for County of Wyoming for Human Resources to increase the not to exceed amount from $425,375 to an amount not to exceed $500,000 from the period of June 1st of 2022 to the end of the year 12/31/2022.
Like, that's gonna go back to the board of managers. We're gonna back that up to April 1st, and then it'll come back again next month. So it'll start the quarter,
Okay,
just so you're aware.
very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next one is for Peter Joa, who's a site practitioner, not to exceed $7,800 for the period of 4/1/2022 to 4/1/2024. This used to be funded by the Greater Health Foundation of Rochester. However, now that it's not grant funded, we're going to be able to go for this. The next one, number 4, is Garfunkel Wild attorneys to increase the contract amount for an additional $186,703.05. Number 5 is a professional service contract for physicians, PAs from Floyd Lee Locums, not to exceed $200,000 for a period of 6/1/2022 to 5/31/2023. This is just in case we need them, because of the difficulty in getting staffing. The next one is for Beth Brown, who's a nurse practitioner in internal medicine clinic. She's a Schedule P employee. This is a cost of living increase to $131,400 effective July 1st. Number 7 is Meridian Nurse Recruiters. Again, this is a nurse recruiting. This is a nurse recruiting agency, not to exceed $500,000. May 31st of 2024. Again, we're waiting for the list when needed. Number 8 is professional service contract for David Criteria. This is his contract. He previously was approved this contract, as mentioned. This is his contract goes from June 30th of 2022 to June 29th of 2025. Number 9 are amendments to Schedule C. The first one is to set the salary of Chief Financial Officer to $225,000 a year. The next one is to create a Director of Clinic Operations position with a salary set at $92,000 per year. The next one is to abolish an Office Manager position effective June 1st, 2022. The next ones are stipends related to coverage for the CEO when the CEO was here. The first one is for the nursing facility administrator and an amount of $20,000 effective June 15. The next one is for the chief operating officer, also $20,000 effective June 15. The next one is for the CEO executive assistant, $10,000 effective June 15th. The next one is for the chief nursing officer, in the amount of $2,500 effective June 15th. And the last one is for the director of behavioral health, in the amount of $2,500 effective June 15th. Number 10 is Schedule P, which is the professional schedule. This is for the nurse practitioner that I just provided you, Jeff Brown. This is to bring her to $131,400 effective July 1st. The next one is a change in a mid-level provider position in the pediatric clinic from a 0.6 FTE to full-time FTE if needed. The next one is to abolish the stipend for that mid-level provider. That provider is in extra days when needed and coverage for pediatricians. The next one is to create a nurse practitioner position in the pediatric clinic. Again, if needed, it would be $100,000. The next one is to abolish a family practice physician. This would be Dr. Shear. Number 11 is to approve memorandums of understanding with CSEA. This is for the dialysis nurses, which was revised to dialysis RNT meter, which also was revised, respiratory therapist, and correction to wage progression schedules A and WCCH for the collective bargaining. And finally, number 12 reads preparing communication request to transfer funds from the treasurer to the hospital, $1 million for the month of June and $1 million for the month of July. We understand that there is a balance of $2.4 million, so we're requesting the $2.4 million now instead of just spreading it out. And that's it.
Number number 11 will need action because it is coming out of human resources.
Any questions on 2 through 12?
So number 12, are you requesting 2.4 million or 2 million?
2.4.
So that's not the way it reads, if I'm reading it correctly.
Right, it's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
We appropriate, you know, we
I
have
understand.
the budget for 3
I understand, but that's not what it says.
Well,
There's the issue of doing a retirement loan that we do get them. I did not able to address that, we did running that this year, so the 2.4 million is in the line. Right now, the bank is 3.2 million. If we took into consideration the 2 million for their retirement loan, which should have been paid back in January, February, but those issues. They would have $442,000 left in the fund that could go over. So I'm not sure that $2 million is going to be like that. I feel something needs to be addressed for sure.
I think so we talked about the $2 million last year because rewind to July 2020 when we submitted a FEMA application. That was almost $1 million for the hospital. I'm sure, I don't think it's being carried on your books anywhere. I know our auditors said not to carry it. But that hunk of money is due. I mean, we're waiting for it. We contact them all the time. There are 2 other projects, all for the hospital, where I think the issue being nobody's there to do the work. You know, we've been working with people over there, they're like, we don't know, or what's it, you know, there's, yeah. I'm talking about the hospital providing, I mean, we're not doing those other 2 projects, because that has nothing to do with our side. So someone was working on it on that side, and we're assisting. But I think that's where that, whatever it was that we loaned them, I said, yeah, I mean, technically, they're gonna get this FEMA money, when, and I have no idea, so that's gonna come in, because I don't know, but I don't think you guys booked that money as a revenue, so, I mean, we haven't even booked that money as a revenue. So, that's where that's supposed to be paid from. But, and I think as long as, and when I talk to the auditors, and we can talk to them again, as long as there's something in writing saying what that is, we're good, we can roll that.
Right, the auditor for their audit knows about it, wanted to know if there was anything written, anything communicated about the retirement loan, that's being done in December. So this year, December, it's gonna be another $2 million that we're gonna need to figure out with their.
I'm hoping we get some money from FEMA in the next 3 months. I mean, everything's been approved, I don't, you know, we keep, where is it? So, actually, I'm looking for it to just drop into our account and be like, what's going on? So we haven't even.
That could get transferred.
But I did, we just responded to a question about FEMA, how much has been submitted, how much is going to be paid? The Trudy machine, we're on appeal number 3 because they don't want to pay for that. I mean, we spent a lot of time on this FEMA money for the hospital, so.
Literally, that was in the conversation about the retirement loan, you're not here, and so there isn't anything in writing about payments or anything like that. So that's where I struggle.
The 2.4.
The 2.4 is left at the end.
Number 12. 2.2.
I don't even know if it really matters.
I mean, I know we used to play the game, pay it off, and then do another due to for the next 2 million. We used to play that game. I wonder what are we doing?
I'm gonna take Brian, where it says, the interim CFO will be preparing a communication to request a transfer of funds from the Wyoming County Treasurer in the amount of $2.4 million and the remaining budgeted amount for the hospital. The rest of that is just surplus language in my mind.
Move it.
I would also request that number 4 be voted on separately, please.
I have a question as well about number 4, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well.
Mike requested that we vote on it separately, but I have a question regarding number 4. So $186,703.05 for additional legal fees for Garfunkel Wild. I would sincerely hope, Mr. Cobus, that as you look at expenses within the hospital, legal fees are one of the areas that you take a look at, you know, because this is a Long Island, you know, New York City price.
Exactly. I think you.
Yes. Correct.
I'm not. They're very.
There's plenty of law firms
Exactly.
around.
And what I've asked the senior team to do is stop calling all the lawyers, and we're gonna strategize about.
Good.
Finding a local firm for bread and butter, legal issues, contracts, so forth.
Sure.
Because I think that's a ripe opportunity. And there were some outstanding events.
Right.
I understand that occurred in the last year or so.
But, you know, we're spending $10,000 a month for those legal services. So, you know, some lawyer can have a house in the Hamptons, you know, and it's excessive. Okay.
Yes.
But these are fees that have already, 2020, 2021, that we've got to pay them outstanding.
We do. We don't have to pay it all at once, however. And given our cash struggles, we're working on exactly and a plan pushing potentially in 2023. So I have some calls with their senior partner for to talk about that. Yeah.
That's a fair question on it as well. Goes back to 20, these bills submitted at 20, or were they just submitted now?
To my understanding, they were not.
I can't say I had a call with her from Wild yesterday. They were submitted at the time. The CEO at the time, Joe Minturn, requested some time to pay them. Things were tight at the hospital. Can you bill quarterly instead of monthly, et cetera, et cetera. And so things didn't always get paid timely. So it's getting cleaned up now, is my understanding.
So we gotta clean it up and then hopefully go forward and find different.
Or at least use legal counsel more judiciously.
Not every,
Yes.
Some reason I have the, back in those days, Joe had it's a trip here, $10,000 per month. Oh, this is above the $10,000.
And I would think from the way it's written, that 10,000 was the routine matters, and probably these months or extraordinary issues that came up.
Well,
I guess.
lawsuits.
I don't know about you, but $10,000 a month for routine legal matters to me seems pretty steep.
But when you look at this, there were 6 months. These expenses recurred.
Yes.
We're at 186,000.
Additional.
6 into 18 is 30. So that's an additional $30,000 per month on top of the 10,000.
Right.
It was actually 40,000. That seems pretty excessive as well.
Indeed.
And I don't know, maybe there's something going on that we weren't aware of, but that's a lot.
But when I saw it, having to raise my eyebrows, you know, I'm sure it did some of the other folks who saw it as well.
Looking at almost $400,000 a year.
discount.
Right, given the state that we're in.
Could we adjourn that maybe to the next month, and we come back to some kind of payment plan, what we're gonna be looking at?
You can, yeah.
Just, you know,
I mean, to be frank, we're not paying anytime soon. We just, we're not in a position. So it's gonna get to work anyways. My understanding is, for instance, to the board of supervisors for approval.
Yeah,
My understanding too, this is proposal is about half of 2020 and all of 2021, so it started December 2021, so something close to 18 months with the service.
And Mr. Cobus, by the way, our county attorney is on salary, not on retainer, so feel free to.
Yeah.
Just saying.
It's my father was the town attorney in East Aurora for 30 years.
I mean, I see I understand the wisdom of having at least an attorney available on retainer, for a nominal amount, but when we do it at the county, I mean, we typically would hire outside counsel, it's by exception, and usually for HR matters, right? Which we don't typically.
We have outside counsel.
Outside counsel.
Like Casey Myers' office does the foreclosures.
Yes.
Et cetera, so they have their own separate.
But we do it by exception.
Correct.
Or covered under evaluators.
Okay.
The company does pay for defense cases.
Got it. That's even better.
We're not utilizing any outside counsel for either related matters.
Okay.
They already have. It happened for years. Coinciding.
All right.
Okay. So, there's no more questions. So David,
I will 2 through 12 with the exception of 4.
And 11 doesn't.
11 doesn't need.
does everyone understand that? 2 through 12 minus 4. Motion Supervisor Davis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries. Now, going back to number 4. Go back to number 4. Do I have a motion? Is that? Grant. Say that, you do not have to bring back the payment schedule. We understand that. We're doing approval of pay it. So we do that. Correct? We have, I put some words in there. In the motion? Okay. So with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
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 3 noes.
You don't suppose if you have anything by our board meeting that would kind of give us an idea, this will come up again at our board meeting next week. The schedule, we're looking at this, or. Okay, all right.
And everything. Extricating ourselves from some of these legacy agreements.
Are we bound by those contracts or anything? Yeah, we look into that.
A lot of contracts sometimes. They are out. Months.
Tell them we'll send the money when our feet are.
Going back to number 4. Early brought up. In number 4, the end of it says, January 1, 2021, to December 31st, 2021. That's what we're approving. There's a resolution 22-00099 that we did back in February. We got February 8th or 2022.
That's right.
So we approved that February, yes, 22. I mean, we approved it to that to the end of this year, 2022. So. I think this is something to 2022. So,
Unless it can be broken.
and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, so amend resolution 21-243 as amended by 22-099. Because then your contract goes through 2022, and it should be reflected in that initial.
Yes, Mr. Chair, my objection was principally around the additional 186,000.
That is the amendment.
All right. So is there any other? Bold, so anything more from you guys? And we'll touch money for the.
We may be seeing some money from Livingston County end of this month, early next month, because I got a letter from Coyle that he's taking the intermunicipal agreement that we proposed to his Ways and Means on June 20th. So that should result in about 47,000. To go back towards the houses. I think that was the number, 147. Yeah.
And I got an invoice from Berlin for $1 million for one stipends. That's nowhere, I don't think they said that anywhere, so I've been after them to get me something for our money. That should get paid out next week. 127, that should, sure, 2 retro.
Anything else? Everyone? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm cautiously optimistic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Robin, thank you. Sorry about that.
Investment authority, investment treasury. Invested about $15 million the past month, and then another $4 million I think is down another year, so on. Treasury is over 2%, so. Yeah. Sales tax is back up, it dipped a little bit, it's back 20%, so. I haven't gotten anything for the month yet, usually get it the day after I come here, so.
Any questions on any of the statements? We're at number 2. So we're to us.
My fiscal administrator, Lillian, was in that position. She did not get the 2022 cost of living adjustment while she was in that position. This was brought to my attention, and I put it on my agenda to set the salary schedule for that.
Same reason this is housekeeping.
Just housekeeping?
When Cheryl and I did that originally, we identified a couple of individuals that we knew in advance were going to need some further review and adjustment. She's one of them. So this is not a surprise to Cheryl or I. We identified this and there's another one.
No, we took care of them, which is the last one.
Yeah, I mean, I said, there have been others that you and I identified, and this is the last one.
Motion, motion by Supervisor Kane. Any questions on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Number 3.
Yeah, we never had a budget for cell phone reimbursement. So this is to cover 3 employees for the year. It should go down to 2 employees next year.
That's to be divided by 3, not 720 for each.
It's 724 everyone for the 20,000 for the 3 people per year.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Motion by Supervisor Branch. Any more discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Get there. And then, top page 4, number 4. Illinois Travel. Finance conference.
And it's a lie, it is funded.
I've heard more
Yes,
stories.
well, I should say, yes.
Any questions on this one? Supervisor Brewer. More discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anything else? Gary? Sorry about that. Any questions for Robbie? Would you like? All right, thank you, Robbie. Appreciate it. Sarah. Question on the real property tax.
Item is to fill the assessment position, so Donna Leader did, Wilson, she will be leaving mid-August.
You have this down as a full-time, right now she's not a full-time, right?
No, she's at 28, but the position is full-time.
Oh, okay.
So right now, we supplement with aid from Nick because he was training Donna. So depending on who we hire, if they're already trained, that might not be necessary anymore. So I thought was to, try to get a full-time assessor. So we're going to the next month, I'll be coming back to do an assessor and training positions. Technical issues with assessor and training.
So this is on here right now today as a discussion. I don't have paperwork on it.
I sent it to HR because I spoke to Lisa and she said to send it to HR.
We do have, we were still debating whether it's going to be an assessor or training. And also we're still researching whether the assessor position was created last year since it was never filled, it's still on the books, which it looks like it is.
So that would be acting assessor. Acting assessor is a little bit different. So we need to fill Mary Kern's position. So not us. Mary Kern was the assessor. Donna was then slid into that position as assessor in training. She was then given the designation of acting assessor that gives her the legal ability to sign roles, however, to not change the amount she's being paid. So therefore, what we're filling is the assessor position at this time, not acting assessor or assessor.
And this one hasn't sunset yet, right?
It was on the schedule.
Hasn't been vacant for a year?
No.
We're in the process of doing our HR review as we're supposed to before it goes.
Right. So this is, the question is, this month or next month?
I say this month. And the reason is, this is a specialized skill set, right? And time is of the essence in terms of trying to provide a replacement for Mary, right?
But we can go ahead and start the advertisement and posting, and recruitment process in advance of your approval, just to start the advertising. We certainly do the feedback to you. And then anticipating your approval, we can't hire until you approve, we can certainly recruit.
What I want to approve today is I need to go ahead and hire.
Either way,
Okay,
either way.
I would not advocate delaying. It says an emergency fill may be requested.
I would just ask them that HR forward that paperwork.
As soon as we've done our due diligence.
So we could still approve it. We don't have to wait a month.
So we're gonna approve, we're looking for the.
I don't have
at this point.
any opposition to that. My thing is always if I don't have the paperwork, right? then I
You don't
don't
get it.
Sure. I think in this case, Cheryl, though, we might want to make an exception because
That's
time-
my hang up.
time is short.
My hang up is making sure I get the paperwork so that I can start chasing people.
You've got Dan's assurance of that.
I look at you.
I have to take a look at her, if you like.
I want the original.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
We'll expedite our due diligence this afternoon. Presuming everything is what we expect today. And as I would know, I think timing is of the essence because it's just going to be very difficult.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's the right answer.
And also I was asked, and I talked to Donna about it, and so when we hired her, did we put something in writing that said that she had to pay, I think, her classes back that we paid for if she didn't stay?
Yes.
Okay.
So there was only one that was paid for, all the rest are not due Thursday, which is, there's no fee. I did have a question on whether or not I included the travel portion, or if it was just the class. So combined, it's around $1,000 you have to pay back.
There's some issues surrounding that as well, which I can't deduct it from her check. That's illegal. She has to reimburse us for her own check if she chooses to do so. But I can't just withhold it from her vacation pay or any, that's illegal.
Right, she has to pay.
She has to, and if she refuses to, or declines, or whatever phrase you want to use, the only recourse we have is civil, which probably will cost us more than $1,000.
How long did she serve in that position?
Great questions. She started before I did, so I know it was about 2 years, almost 2 years.
Yeah.
So I've been here almost 2 years, and she started before I.
That's not right.
And she has done a lot of work for us.
Yeah.
And $1,000 training. She's done a great job. All of that was paid for by the town, so it's not like the county lost it, so it would be more than in the town is in charge of that. So I would say, yep, the town somehow really it's the whole board, but it only came out of the town.
Out of the towns,
Yeah.
And to my understanding, it's not a money issue, it's, she just was not happy with the job. It wasn't all that she would have thought it would be. That interested in pursuing it anymore. And when she started, she was part-time, and basically we were gonna let her go, hire a full-time person, or she had an opportunity to step up. So she tried it and didn't like it. And money issues, is why she left, so it's unusual for us.
We'll get into that a little more in a second, item, but is it okay to post from the top? I guess it's.
We can start the recruitment advertising, the formal posting is going to require some maturation, you can show like, but yeah, we can get into that.
So, yeah, you want to make a motion to that effect?
Warp speed.
And you'll be catching the other information once the dust settles.
Well, I mean, this is countywide assessing is one of the few programs that's levy neutral, right?
Correct.
And we want to keep.
No, it's now.
We want to keep that momentum going.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're gonna do. So with that, I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Brewer. Does everyone understand the motion? You know, it's not written out. That.
It's no longer a discussion, it's a vote.
So. Does everybody understand that? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now, on to number 2.
I received a phone call to add this to my agenda based on the conversation that was had at a separate committee meeting. And it actually brought up a few good questions. So when I started here, I think week 1 and 2, I sat down with Janice because the biggest request was to make this levy neutral. And so we went above and beyond to make it Thursdays that it's levy neutral. We developed an entire department so that we can show where our funds are coming in, and what's going out associated with county assessing. And at that time, I have to say, when I walked in, the relationship with some of the assessors from all the different towns was a little tangled because of the situation that occurred before I started. So we have worked very hard to have a professional relationship between my office and all of the assessors within the county. I think we're in a really good place. Everything has settled down and everyone has, really come to terms with their position in our relationship. And so when this phone call came in, I was a little bit taken back because we had worked so hard, to make it levy neutral. And I feel as though the towns were receiving what they had asked for. We've been very mindful about making it cost effective. So I went back and I looked at what all the towns, according to their budgets, are paying as a salary for their assessors. And right now it's a range between $12 and $14. And that's not taking into consideration any funds being used to pay into the retirement. The county program is roughly $15, so it's a little bit more expensive. However, they get an assessor 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, basically. Donna was not here, but they could be serviced by anyone in the office. And that was really important to everyone that was participating in that program, was access to the office, and having their residents be able to call 9 to 5. And so it makes up for that extra dollar. Forward thinking, if we try to just make things quote unquote fair, looking at how other departments are run, I think the unintentional consequence of that is if we are funded then 25% from the county, it's going to lower the amount we're charging to $11.50 per parcel. And I think that's going to create some unintended competition between the assessors out there in the field. And it might create a little bit of animosity. So I do understand if you wanted to pay in as an investment, if you thought that your towns would be participating in the future and you want to bring some stability. I think the biggest reason Donna left was because she was thrown into a position she never wanted. Her position was being eliminated because there were a number of towns participating in the program, and then there weren't. And so her position was eliminated. So when I'm looking forward at the person I'm gonna hire, I'd like to be able to tell them their position is stable in this county. And so looking forward, I would need to know who's looking to participate in the future. I understand if you like your assessor, you should keep your assessor, whether that's 20 years, 10 years, whatever that may be. But if one of you no longer have your assessor, if you're looking to participate in the program, then I would great to have some form of commitment that that is your intention. If not, I would be hesitant to develop a staff, add a clerk on when another town comes in. A full functioning staff is really 4 people. It would be a clerk, a field inspector, an appraiser, and an assessor. That would be able to handle 16 towns. But certainly I don't want to hire someone knowing that a town could pull out and then they would lose their livelihood, which is what happened in the past. And so I think for right now, as long as the towns that are participating are happy, that is great. But if you wanted to expand the program, a contribution would be to move forward. So I guess what I would ask you all to do is what your intentions are looking forward down the line with your assessment programs.
Sarah, if I may, I made this proposal kind of tongue in cheek to make a point about building codes. Or zoning, I'm sorry.
And this comes down to is that I'm never been military. She has done what we asked.
Correct.
She ran a program, well, she and her predecessor, Jim, ran a program that was levy neutral.
Absolutely.
And that's what we asked about on the zoning department also. The zoning department has not done what they asked.
Correct.
And
again,
I'm gonna throw on the bus here. He falsified information to us last round of committees. I am still living, I brought it up at the regular board meeting, I read these numbers out to you, and we still voted on it and gave him what he wanted after his falsified numbers. So we're upsetting an apple cart here that's been working fine because somebody else can't do what they were asked or promised to do. And this upsets me tremendously that why we're gonna change something over here that's working because somebody else can't duplicate it or do what they said they were gonna do.
I was surprised when I saw this on here, but I had no idea. To me, why, it's just like the zoning, why should other towns pay for me to have my assessor?
That was
And I'm still
basically,
paying- And then I'm paying double anyway, because it'll be on my county taxes and my town taxes. So just the towns that are in the program pay for the program, and zoning needs to be fixed.
okay, basically, that's what I was trying to bring this to a point. I'm not advocating for us to pay 25%. My town is in the program. We're very happy. Like Sarah said, we're paying more than most assessors are getting paid, but we're getting a service. I don't get those phone calls. How come the assessor doesn't call me back? Hey, you know, I used to get that constantly. Or how come we gotta go to Cast Isle to talk to the assessor? I don't have that anymore. I'm very, very, very happy with the assessing unit. I was very disappointed to see Donna go, as is my Board of Assessment review, because the last words that they told me that night when she was leaving was, you got a good assessor here. You know, we had 7 people come in and we never changed an assessment. So they were very happy with her. And again, I'm just trying to draw the zoning out into the open a little bit more.
I think your point, Jerry, was more from a consistencies standpoint. Why don't we apply it uniformly?
Correct. I mean, basically, like Brian said.
Sarah, I like my equalization rate more than I like my assessor. So, I mean, in terms of how I judge their ability to do the job, it's based on where my equalization rate is at any given year. The other thing is how many people come in during the grievance day. And to his credit, we had 1. That was it. You know, coming in from a grievance standpoint. So we pay them, the assessor, a good chunk of money, one of the highest paid employees in the town. But they're worth it. Whether or not I would pay an additional 25% to your office, you already send me bills for a lot of different things. Tax bills, preparations, software, blah, blah, you know. So I don't know if I would be in favor of giving you an additional 25% over and above what I already pay an assessor. You know, when I already cover your costs for, I understand, those things that we generally use collective. Get the other.
I appreciate that, and that's the discussion I would prefer not to have here. Because if we are banking on 25% contribution from the towns that must be, or from the county. So it's working, yeah.
Not broke as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it'd be different if every town is in.
Right.
It'd be totally different, but it's just the handful of us that are in the program still that. And we just need to correct the zoning.
Again, I'm not advocating for the 25%. I just wanted to make a point.
The problem with the zoning is that, again, is we've gone around in circles. The zoning, the people that are doing the zoning are also doing the building inspection along with it. They're not staying separate. Somebody from zoning goes out to Strikersville, check on zoning, and while they're on their driving past, there's a road being done. They stop and look at it and do that.
Only Don does that. I was gonna say, I don't know, if only Don does that.
They can't do it.
I don't think that's true. Don.
They don't inspect roads anyway.
Because he's got zoning officers and he's got another road inspector, so they're separate, but Don may be doing both. but-
Yeah, I understood it that they were kind of doing a little bit of both.
Who?
The zoning officers.
They don't have the authority.
You might be thinking about the fire inspector.
Fire inspection.
I don't know.
Well, to move things forward,
Yes.
Right. She's technically not asking for this.
correct,
Right.
It's Jerry's fault.
all right.
It's not my fault. I didn't propose it. I just said I would like to discuss it. We just discussed it.
And I would agree with Supervisor King. As far as our town, we're willing to pay, but we need an accurate dollar amount so that we can budget accordingly. And I don't know how we get there.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, another thing that Sarah touched on briefly was the stability and to know going forward, if it was going to be a stable program. I had mentioned for this and with, when we were first discussing the zoning, countywide zoning, was to do it, the memorandum of understanding with the towns like we did with building codes way back when we did it, and I checked it out. Once you opted in, you could not opt out. And even if you did it for 10 years, if you didn't do it permanently, or that would give the departments a chance to know what they're looking at going forward. And again, I would suggest that that be thought of to do. It works for building the codes and you got everyone in except for the village of Warsaw. And it's a successful program. And I think it's a key to the success of any program like that. So I guess for consideration, then some order down the road.
So contracts are up this fall, so that would be definitely something.
Right, you need to keep at least 5 to 10, that way you know you're locked in for
6 years.
Well, I spoke to the officer of real property about this, the way it's set up is a little bit, doesn't really make sense. So there's 2 options when it comes to countywide assessing. You can do the 15% agreements, which is how we go. Or you can have everyone actually give up their assessing unit status. That's what a lot of the villages have done, with the exception of one in our county. But you have to get every single town to do that all at the same time, which I think there's one county I can think of that was able to do that. And so I asked Officer, well, why can't they do that as they come on? Give up their assessing unit status, because for villages, they don't all have to do it at once. And he said, well, I don't know why they can't do that, but that would be a legislative item that would have to be sponsored and actually go down to New York State. So I think as things progress, there is just an overall loss of assessors statewide. And a lot of counties are moving towards countywide assessing programs, so that might be another option to get those sponsored to allow for to give up their assessing unit status as they start to participate in the program. That would lock them in.
And I would like to just add to that, County did a great job and she's gonna be greatly missed by our town board. I know it was more difficult, I can't say that we just had 1 or 7 people come in because we had a revamp. But she did a great job through that, very much appreciated by our board.
She actually asked it, she said, well, how I know we're doing a good job is if nobody calls, right? And I said, that's not correct. You know you're doing a good job when someone calls and give an answer to them. If you know why you came up with that value, then you're doing a good job. And she always did that, so she's gonna be a big loss. The good news is I do have people calling actually that are interested. I have at least 1 call that candidate that was asking about positions, so I'm hoping that we can fill it. If not, I have no problem in holding someone as long as they're the right person. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll.
Meeting long.
Sorry.
So this is just more an FYI, there is a pending, New York State. They're changing the law for the senior citizens exemption. So right now we are at 24,400 for our income limit. They are changing it to 50,000. Now, that is higher than, I mean, it previously was, I think, 37,400. And we were not as high as that, but I would just implore you to go back to your towns, look at your own senior limits and see if that might be something you're looking to adjust. They're making this adjustment because there has been such an adjustment cost of living. So if you want to look at your cap right now, speak to your assessor and they'll know what that cap is. And if you choose as a town to increase that limit, a lot of them are very low. We're talking like $12,000 a year for a household income to qualify for the senior exemption. So just say, take a look at that. See if it makes sense. I did ask the planning office with the meeting to come in for over age 65 in Wyoming County, and then we can hear back. They have a little bit of mission to get that information, but I should have that for the next meeting. But it's something to take a look at, make sure that you feel comfortable as a town where you are. And then we can take a look at it as a county when I know what that meeting income is and how that would affect.
Is this, Sarah, is this, we can opt in, so it's optional?
Yes, so
Okay.
some,
Because we just raised ours in the town of Middlebury a year ago to match the county's current.
okay. And then those resolutions should be sent to my office and then we will adjust that in our system. And that's how that gets involved. So if you are adjusting, then you need to let my office know.
And the county just, waited a few years ago, didn't they?
Yeah, we looked at
It went from
it.
12 to 24.
That's right.
Yeah,
3 years, 4 years.
so I think that's when I did it at my town.
It's like we did ours like 2 years ago. We raised it.
So that's a great question. Tax bill status date is March 1st. It's when all exemptions are due. So if you're planning on doing it for this year, we send out renewals all the time. So this is a good time to look at that. If you're planning on making a change, you can put that in there. Any questions on it?
Question 3.
Just some info on it, all the work assessment review meetings have completed, so now we'll be looking out for anyone that would like to move forward with small claims or Article 7s. Those bills were processed and mailed out by June 1st, so those are in everyone's hands. They're also available online. And so the next focus will be making garbage corrections with my we received obviously a lot of alterations to make. So we're tackling them as a whole. We will be sending them to your board of assessment review chairperson to sign off on once your assessment is taken. We'll be working through that in the next week or so. And then the last thing, this is not here, but I am also taking classes yesterday and I will be tomorrow and then on Monday and Wednesday next week. So I will not be physically in the office. That will be my last class before I'm certified as my director. So. And any questions for this?
Anything else? You have anything else? We have any questions for Sarah? Okay. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. All right, and we'll move it on, page 5, approve the board. Semi-annual town meeting. Take a look at that, we gotta do that, right? Any questions on that? Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Carried, thank you. Number 2, time to 10:40. What would you have our, Ms. Kane, Ms. Roberts?
I got down with Luann, she asked if she could recertify. The list is big on the right-hand side because I just haven't had time to pull everybody's previous ROAs up to see if they're eligible for recertification. So if you're on the right, you gotta figure it out. If you're on the left,
I had a question.
almost have it figured out.
Why my son Sue May would be on there for retired, that part of it. For receiving retirement.
Good thoughts.
So if you're on the right, you're in a good company.
So if you, yeah, you're gonna, you're a big company, that's right.
And that would be with Dave.
Kind of left your black sheep. What is it?
I'm gonna go back through, so everybody that's sitting around here now, if you're on, because you know what, yesterday when I put this together, all I did was grab the list from elections and went down here and start dates. And right, I didn't hire.
Let's save your work. Yeah.
Yeah, where are you stand? I mean, you still going?
This,
Yeah.
I'm outstanding, but I think we just got a letter from New York State that said that there were 3 in the town that were reelected, that we had not completed the resolution or the record of activities, because the resolution has to be posted in the town for a period of time.
Yeah, so this is the first opportunity that anybody really has to actually start passing resolutions this year for people who were elected.
Yes.
At last year for the beginning of this year.
Right.
Because of course you've got 90 days within the first 150 days. 150 days ended at the end of May. So it could have been any consecutive 90 days between January
Sure.
1st and, right?
Yes.
So now we're just starting to work those ROAs, the calculations for those.
Right.
To get our first one. I usually do 2 resolutions anyway. I
Okay.
do one in July for the stragglers.
So we haven't done a resolution yet,
This
obviously.
year, not for the new terms,
Okay, and that's what these apply to?
yes,
Um,
other than those that are retired.
So are you then expecting that we would submit a record of activities to you?
Or you
Or-
would be recertifying a record of activities that's not 8 years old. You can recertify them as long as they're not 8 years
How
old.
do we know that?
Or I'm gonna pull them. I just haven't.
Okay, because we have to separate those record of activities for county versus our activities.
I
in
would
the
only
town.
have your county ROAs, because I've told people in the past, you can keep the calendar the same, but you gotta mine out for me the county stuff,
Yes,
and then do the same thing for your town clerk.
okay.
Most everybody gives me just county, I don't see both,
Mhm.
and I don't care if it's on plain sheet of paper with the date, the activity and the time, as long as we can add it up,
All right.
yeah. But yeah, we can look, I have not had a chance. Well, everybody, this is kind of a big.
This is, it's more complicated than, the 90 days of record of activities means that I gotta go back and look at all of those committee meetings to find out exactly how long they were.
But keep in mind, this isn't the first time you guys have seen this, because I did give you fair warning at the beginning of the term.
Sure, which you normally do.
But I can help you, and it's not, it's not my role, but it's not excruciating either. And then there's a calculation, a continuation of the calculation, so that payroll actually has the right days that they're reporting for you monthly.
Yes,
Usually participate in the extension of that calculation, so that, I fully set it. Because, of course, when the comptroller's office comes in, and even in your towns, New York State retirement audits are low hanging fruit.
the audit what?
Low hanging fruit,
Oh, yeah,
easy stuff to
Of
grab
course.
in an audit. Yep,
okay.
but,
So wait to hear from you in terms of whether or not we're still within the 8-year window.
yeah,
Okay,
I just got a couple of files I gotta pull.
all right.
Okay,
But I do need a resolution for this,
oh, you do need a
yes,
For these people who already reported, correct?
and if you don't have a objection to it, I would add as many to them as I possibly could. But that within this group of people,
Absolutely.
and the stragglers will either be retirement people or on next month's, because we're gonna work up some ROAs.
So, motion by Supervisor Becker. Any more discussion? All in favor? Oh. Carries. And bottom page 5, appropriations for the new laptops. Yeah,
There's a correction on the account number 2, everybody's got that, should be fine for 1111.
those are
Right.
4 ones.
Yep.
Do you have them yet?
Nope. I need a PO.
Who read the order? Any discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Page 6, questions on local law, Director B, 2022, adopting amendments to the state local law. Ready to get it out. You got any questions?
I'm confused, quite frankly.
Don't be confused.
We can attend via video conference Zoom.
In the case of an extreme emergency. That's it.
In an extreme emergency. Okay,
Chairwoman has to declare.
let's back up. So we're still gonna have the ability to video conference into an open meeting.
And you'll have to have your location advertised.
Okay. Does that meeting we have to show us in person attending?
Yes,
That's the.
now I get to see your face.
Okay, and do we have the ability to vote on matters?
Yeah, so if
And
you're.
participate in debate?
You can participate, you just won't be counted as the quorum. The quorum has to be here in person.
Got it.
Once a quorum is established here in chambers, you will have the ability to vote.
Okay,
But it's only gonna be if, for some reason I fell down, I broke my hip and I can't come in.
Right, and we have to figure out a way to be able to advertise where the location is going to be. My thought is that some of my counterparts across the state may actually pass a notice or some advertisement that states, in the case of an extreme emergency, the chairwoman may elect or the chairman may elect to allow for video conferencing. And then the next block, number 5, we're gonna have to change or amend our rules of procedure to add some video conferencing language to it.
now, are you asking, we're gonna vote?
So right now, you do have a local law that will be voted on, adopted with the public hearing next Tuesday.
Okay,
It was introduced last month.
and according to the attorney, that law doesn't go into effect until it's filed with the state.
That's correct.
Okay. Which would be what?
Immediately after it's passed, I prepare the paperwork and send it out, so it's a couple weeks before.
Okay, so the first.
But wait, here, let me just back up a minute. So this will all take effect only if the state of New York has not, right now we're in a state of emergency.
Yes,
So this is not even effective until we're no longer in a state of emergency with the state of New York. We can pass it in preparation because we anticipate at some point we won't be in a state of emergency. But while the governor has a declared state of emergency, this does not take effect.
okay. So the
Question, Cheryl, and first state of emergency has to be redone every 30 days.
Yeah, and I think we're coming up on June 14th. Yeah,
That's my question.
we're close.
Keeping this act.
Right, and typically what we've seen is, she's only 24 to 36 hours prior to an expiration. Question they use.
potentially July is the earliest that we would implement.
No, it would be June 14th, it would be June 14th, yeah,
Well,
if she doesn't renew.
well, no, we would work
Oh,
on
your
that.
next meeting,
Yeah, July. Okay,
that's right. But that goes for committee meetings too.
okay.
And just a clarification, because I don't think it's sort of, when they advertise, like say, I'm not feeling well and, or fell down, broke my foot or something. And so I wanted to do it from my computer at my house. I had to advertise the location of my house.
We will advertise the location of your house.
So people can come
Yeah,
to my house.
yes,
public. I'm just clarifying.
Yes, ma'am.
What the answer was, but I need to clarify it.
Oh, so even though I'm home, somebody else can come to my house to watch?
Correct.
Mhm.
I guess I just won't attend.
So you,
I just put
There you go.
it, put it on your door, or the
There you go.
Maybe give my never heard.
small box.
No more participating in your pajamas.
No.
I mean, you know,
As long as you have a shirt and tie on.
No wonder the PJs sitting there.
so this rolls down to our town board meetings also.
Make sure the screen's high enough.
You got it.
So if somebody wants to participate by phone because they're out of state, they gotta advertise where they will be. And it's gotta be a public place.
it doesn't have to be.
It has to be public.
You have to make it public.
Yeah,
You can just, it has to be their address.
open it to the public.
But you got nowhere for the public to come in.
Yeah, because I had one board member question that, it's gonna go to Florida, I want to be on the phone.
Will this proposed amendment also cover the civil service?
It does, it covers all of us.
Including the board of managers?
Yes, we are all subject to the open meetings law.
You're gonna have to go to
Any
town.
public body.
This is not just come here. Right.
Using the civil service commission doesn't have to take independent action is covered here.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I've had conversations with Pam because of her former life. Yeah, she's good.
Good, just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. You want a motion?
We don't need a motion on this. I wanted to make sure that we were clear before we went into Tuesday, because you've already got a local law that is going to the board next Tuesday for adoption.
I understand.
I just want to make sure we were all clear.
You're gonna send out have you already sent out the guidelines in terms of what we can and cannot do or must or must not
I
do?
did. I shared with you a really nice question and answer.
Yes,
The Committee on Open Government, yeah.
I thought it was from your training session that you went.
No, that one was from, that wasn't from my training. I got that somewhere else.
Okay.
We had it last month for a board meeting.
All right. It was a little confusing.
But I gotta tell you, the new girl that's the executive director, Kristen O'Neill, in the Committee on Open Government for the Department of State.
Mhm.
I know where I got it. It was because of NISAC, because she got everybody going, "Whoa," at NISAC.
Sure. Okay,
But we do need action on 5. Or we should anyway.
All right. Number 5, amend the rules of procedure. Yeah, rule number 51, meetings held in video conference.
And this is the language I'm proposing.
Questions on this one? Motion.
This was 2/3 majority too, as per your rules to amend them. It'll be a 2/3 majority vote. Tuesday.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries today. And, new local law, option as a cents per gallon for sales tax.
This would not be a local law. This would be by resolution
New local option.
if you decided to do something. And there's a really nice spreadsheet that NICEAD provided of the counties who have done something. So these are the people that started June 1st. We would not be able to start it until September 1st.
Some upset people. They'll upset people because we can't start it till another 2 months from now.
It's by the quarter,
So,
and it's not our option, it's the state directs us.
Yeah, I see that.
So Erie County is doing it for $2 an hour. Monroe County's at $2. Livingston County's at $3. Cattaraugus is at $3. Niagara is at $3. Chicago is at $3.
Did you see it?
Genesee is not done. So,
I think they've done it now.
Genesee and Allegheny is not done.
This is supposed to be updated. right?
Oh, Allegheny is $3.
Great.
$3 for 3
But
months.
they're only doing it for 3 months. Well, they're doing it this September 1st.
I would recommend, I'm sorry that we can't do it till September, but I would recommend $3.
If you do it at $3,
And because actually, I think as far as budgeting goes, we never thought that we would see it going that high as it is now. And so as far as our budget goes, I don't think it's gonna affect our budget as far as what we got.
We've got a 3-month, September to December, is that what we would?
Wait, I'm
And
just
it only
asking a
goes to-
question.
It only goes to the end of the year anyway.
No.
September, October.
Jen, does this
Some are going to
extend through the end of our current resolution unless we choose another date? Do you know? I don't remember that answer.
I don't remember. I didn't bring my, yeah.
Yeah. I don't have it all with me either.
my hang up on it is, we don't know what the state collects in sales tax from us already, and I strongly believe they don't give us all our money back anyways. They're siphoning money off of our sales tax. They've done it for years, I think they're still gonna do it, and it's just gonna open up price gouging for gas stations or oil companies that are saying, well, we'll just raise our prices again, actually, 8 cents or whatever, 9 cents to, because the counties are gonna eat it, and we're still gonna collect it. I don't think prices went down an awful lot in Erie County. June 1st today.
Well, some of them won't.
Yeah, they went down
So they
25
use up-
cents.
they use the new fuel, you have to use up fuel when you get the delivery on the new fuel.
Which is,
Well, no,
that's totally bull.
Yes.
Because it's a point of sale.
That's what they're using.
I know that some of them in Monroe County were.
They jump overnight, the same day fuel, prices come down, yeah, they wait for the fresh fuel to come in.
Yeah.
Months later,
But this sales tax thing.
Sales tax is point of sale.
It's June 1st.
You know, Brian, I can tell you that, Livingston County, yesterday, I paid $4.71, the same gas station this morning, $4.99.
Right.
Right, it is going on.
$4.99.
Quick fill down here, it went up 11 cents and then it went up 20 cents yesterday. But I came into town at 4.79, and when we left, I went to 4.99. I was here an hour.
So there's another piece of this that we should talk about, and that is our inability to recruit employees. You know, as it costs our employees more and more and more to get to work. Our ability to pull people from other counties or distances into our system becomes more and more difficult. And I'm getting a lot of pressure to institute 4-day work weeks and things of that nature to save people a day's driving. We all know that we're not going to fulfill all of the needs of our employee base solely within counties. We recruit people all over, especially for specialty positions in the hospital. And if our respective employees are looking at this kind of gas expense, it's going to make recruitment that much more difficult.
As of right now, I'm opposed to making any reduction in the sales tax. I don't see where our sales tax revenue has gone up extraordinarily in the last several months. And, gas, yeah, it hasn't been $5 or more yet in most places. But it's been climbing, and I haven't seen our sales tax revenue being able to come to a level that I can say, oh, good, we've got a good pile here. We can afford to face the unknown and take a hit on our sales tax. And if we're looking at recruiting people from out of town, well, they can buy gas at their home and then drive to Wyoming County. So. I mean, I drive a lot. I'm paying those higher rates.
Maybe there's a lot of nurses that drive to the city because they pay more, but maybe that'll factor in and they'll start working here.
1%.
We have a lot of nurses around that go to the city all the time.
They make more money than you here.
And the reverse, we have our agency nurses that are staying in the hotel.
Well, does it save them 4% or save them 8% on the $3?
It would be for that.
4%.
Or 4 cents on the last.
$3.
State do it under 4%?
State is forward.
$3.
I think it's over $3, isn't it, the state?
I think people aren't driving as much. I'm not.
It's a simple. It's like 25 cents then.
Right.
What's what we're gonna get on is our 4 cents. Say it's $5 gas. We're gonna get our 4 cents on for the $5. So we're gonna go 8 cents per gallon to the
8 cents.
Well, $4, say your gas is $5. So you're only gonna get a tax on
More than
$3.
8 cents.
And we budgeted at $2.50.
Right.
So we're still making budget.
Still in the budget. That's the point. We're not gonna be going our budget though because of, right. It's 8 cents a gallon, we're giving up there. The fireman said, you know, it's always jack the price of another 15 cents. 20 cents, 30, you know, and I just said to take advantage of it and say, you know, the county.
Well, I'm going to say that, like Ellen, I'm opposed to this, mainly because of several reasons. One, we've always relied on sales tax as a revenue source for the county. And the more we can get, the better off we are from a budgeting standpoint. The other thing is, I look at this whole state reduction plan on the sales tax as an election year gimmick, just to mask the failure of the federal government to control the inflationary pressure that everybody is feeling. You know, it's a disaster from an inflation standpoint. And this is just a gimmick on the part of the state to put a Band-Aid on that. And then they're asking us if we're willing to join in on the fund. No, because we rely on sales tax in this county, and our finances are pretty volatile at times, you know, particularly with respect to the hospital. So I'm precarious. So I would say that I'm opposed to that.
If we go down the agenda farther, we're gonna appropriate $160,000 to highway because the fuel prices went up.
Yes.
We gotta cover that from someplace.
Right.
And if I could just throw this one out too, as far as on the other side, because I proposed to do it, but on the other side, as far as it would not alleviate our agriculture industry, because I don't really pay tax on it.
They don't pay sales tax on it.
They don't like that.
So on that end, and I don't believe they pay on the vehicles when they're driving their vehicles places either, correct?
Right, and I might add, that's also gonna hurt it. You know, the state's doing that, but the farmers are still paying the full shot they were paying for. This wasn't a break for the farmers.
And that's where we need the
No.
help, we need the help with that.
This is not.
So I tend to agree more.
Off-road diesel is like $4.98 the last I got.
But as far as the hospital employees are concerned, having to drive here, you ought to be starting a carpool forum or something over there. I mean, I carpool, maybe you did too. I carpool up in Rochester for better part of 10 years from Canandaigua. And you ought to be starting something like that out here. If people are trying to carpool, you know, you gotta get a carpool.
Try to look at that.
Yeah, or something, right? They can park up there as a parking ride in Leroy and ride down together.
Just in case some people don't know the difference between on-road diesel, off-road diesel, home heating fuel, is what color dye they put in it. So that they can differentiate between whether it's the highway use tax or taxes that they paid on there or not. It's all the same stuff, it just has different color dye.
Okay. That's what I'm wondering.
So, anyone interested in motion, making a motion to sell that?
You know, people there called me up and are gonna be upset.
Do you want to make the motion?
No, I do not. No, I don't, because I understand why again, our expenses have gone up exponentially too, when we rely on the sales tax.
We'll make a motion, is that it? Just want to go there. We'll move on.
Just a point of order too, in Livingston County, it was not unanimous. There were a number of supervisors in Livingston County who opposed their move and that would to do that, including the chief administrator. He was opposed as well.
Well, they share their stuff.
Move on to the bottom of page 6 with next view the newspaper.
Pass out some stuff while we're waiting. As we, I didn't attach the income statements on the electronic copy. This is only from January to March. There's really nothing up there to see the property tax. Obviously, we know that that's higher, or not, property sales tax is higher, so we know that. I made some notes in there. I like to show you that certain accounts are reserves and what that reserve is, that's calculated every year. Where you see levies in some departments where there shouldn't be a levy, it's because they're most likely their grant contracts aren't approved yet. So there's really nothing, everything seems to be January to March. And,
Thank you.
schedule to our budget. But if anyone has questions, send me an email, it's fine.
Nothing stood out.
Nothing stood out.
Okay.
Nothing of note, it's all we're on track. So what Cheryl's passing out, I know I haven't provided this in a little while,
It's this phone here. This one?
No, I think we've decided it's that phone in committee room.
Okay, thank you.
so Cheryl's passing out, number 2, this, I know, we should provide how we use our contingency, we budgeted 1.15 million, this is a little different than what we typically see. I kind of changed it up a little, specifically because right off the bat, we appropriated $3.9 million out of any funds available for the Ag Center. It was a timing issue, we received the bond money, so I kind of made an adjustment at the bottom. But basically what I'm trying to tell you is we spent about $300,000 on that 1.15. In actuality, we're taking that other piece out. So we're doing pretty good for contingency appropriation. We haven't really, I mean, we're practically in June and we really haven't spent that much of that contingency. So I would say that we're very much on track for that.
The serial bond money for the Ag Center, does that also cover that 60,000 for the adjoining tract of land?
That, if you look down below where it has the date, see all those 614s?
Yeah.
Okay, so that 60,000 is included in there. So we typically, I'll have Jean look at all of the agendas and then the finance agenda and have her put that on there so it's up to date.
But the serial bond revenue that you receive.
Does it include that? What was the, do you know what the serial bond was at for, that we got for the Ag Center? 3.97. I mean, there's residual expenses that we're finding, obviously, and there's still tax liability out there. I mean, I budgeted some, I can't remember off the top of my head what I budgeted, 100,000 or something. I don't know, I'm just making that up.
Thank you.
So anyways, I thought that would be good to throw your eyes on there. ARPA update, as we're talking about appropriating more ARPA funds, I thought maybe it'd be a good time to take a look at what we got left. It's hard to see, and this is gonna be quick, but if you have any questions, you can certainly, give me a call or send me an email, but basically 7.7 million at the top is our allocated funds. As you go down, these are all projects we appropriated money to. The yellow items are what we need to discuss. So we did approve, we all agreed, let's just say in a formal approval, that October 12th meeting, that we would put money towards the one-time stipends. Originally, we had estimated from, HR had estimated 500,000 for the county, 700,000 for the hospital. I received the information from payroll and it was 617,000 for the county and just over $1 million for the hospital. I would recommend we use the ARPA funding for that and cover that total expense. I did talk with each one of the fiscal departments in the county to make sure that they aren't claiming that stipend in another grant. There were a handful that said, we think we can do it, we can maximize that in the grant. So I said, okay, I'll back those out. I asked Merlin to do the same for the hospital because I told him I cannot claim this if you're claiming it somewhere else on the grant. So I had to put that in writing and a statement that, to his knowledge, you're not being claimed anywhere. So I have the bill from them for that. Again, I don't think they were anticipating that really in their budget. So this is good that they're getting this. In essence, I would say let's increase that 400,000 and, use the money that way. And we're gonna pay for it anyway, so. So go all the way down, the other yellow ones are things that were talked about. We're talked about through this committee cycle, so we're talking about Cheryl added the 12,000 for the laptops, IT upgrade at 29,000.
Which is now 31 and some change.
Yeah, which is now 31 and change. And I believe there was a burn tower discussion unless I dreamed it.
No, there was.
Okay. So, to increase that. So pretty much, and I wanted to get a good idea of where we were, because I know we kind of talked about all this stuff back in October of 2021. So I did touch base with, I touched base with Bill about flyover photometry. I believe he's getting this week. Different options for that, because we had budgeted 83,000. So he's looking into that right now, and once he gets those quotes, he's gonna get with Sarah, Tony, John Robert, make sure everyone's gonna get what they want. We're gonna do this once. So that's still, I'm leaving that on here. Election machines, I just touched base with Joanna. She said they are in need of the machines. They were waiting to see if New York State was going to approve any other vendors, other than the Vineyard, just to kind of cover their bases. I am not sure where they are with that, so I obviously am in contact with her, but the machines are needed, just don't know who it's gonna be with. I know, I contacted Jim Brad about a comprehensive plan, asking if this is still something that he thinks he could swing with everything else on his plate. He said, yes, he's actually aware of the 150,000, and he's probably going to, and I actually talked to him about this, use it for some match towards another grant. So I think it's not a federal grant. So, but he's looking at getting a comprehensive plan grant, sort of a thing that involves more discussion on that part. So I feel like it's everything that is appropriated, or that hasn't all been appropriated, because we don't have final numbers, but I feel like the budgeted items that I've just talked about are all good and solid. I have the business center, we have agreed to a microloan program for 200,000. I was thinking maybe we could talk about that. And just because of all the strings attached to that loaning of, that payment of money that would go to him and then would go to another agency, and then everything that they send out, to me, is an unnecessary headache. I know we agreed, or you folks agreed to do this program with the money. I would say maybe we just appropriate it from our fund balance. Obviously, we budgeted money for a lot of other things that we claimed, which has rolled back into our fund balance. So basically, at the March 31st, so on March 31st, I submitted a first IRS compliance report claiming $2.6 million. A lot of that money is money that we would have spent anyways as levy. So I feel like we're doing a good job using the money times and for, kind of helping us along, ensuring that we have money to use as the hospital struggles, as we struggle with other things. So I might ask that we deal with that a little differently, but still honor the commitment that you made in October. The items in orange are items that we haven't agreed to or disagreed to. They've just been talked about, and I think the idea was to wait and see where we are and see what we want to do. So I know that Devin submitted to me the 3 items there. And they're on Public Works at some point. I can't read it, but I have to get you the date. And then I believe Joan was looking for a copier, and I said, let's just appropriate that money from fund balance. We're talking $2,500. So what this is showing you in the blue square, just so you have an idea where we are, 226,000 is what we have left to allocate of that 747. So just give an idea. So if we don't don't use it, that 200,000 for, the business center. Just do that separately, obviously 400,000 roughly. I don't know if you guys would like to, do any of these other things with, Devin's requests. Whether we get that equipment this year or not, I don't know, but it probably needs some lead time on that. But I don't believe we've had any other requests. I've been keeping track and adding them to the list as they come. The laptops and the IT were the last two things that were below in the orange, and I popped them up before the meeting here. So I know this is a lot, there's a lot of numbers, lots of colors. It's just for my own assessment here, but and it's tied to like a gazillion other pages, I'm doing an email to you, but this is kind of the lowdown of where we are.
Any questions now? As you said, you know, every time. Or-
It's a lot, I get it.
We didn't have any specific requests on here from building and grounds.
I think we approved everything that they wrote, because, I mean, when you look at it, we got the generator project going, the makeup air unit, the roof at the government center, and yeah, you know, that, the rotunda. We've got, what we haven't approved, we did the Board of DOE election, DOE entrance.
But nothing specific to the fire training center.
Just this little, this is from Brian, that update for
It's the burn tower.
upgrades for the door, and I had an email from them like that before.
We get the grant.
We got the grants for that, but I don't know when we're gonna get paperwork on that grant.
Okay,
It's going through the rest of the.
Ugh.
I know, right? But it's there.
Look at me eventually.
Boy, are they wonderful.
I don't know, I'm somewhat partial that, you know, we still have some critical space needs within the county, in terms of like mental health and other areas. And I just have a hard time justifying spending on capital items for public works when we have those other issues that are in front of us, you know.
It's completely up to you.
I know.
What you're asking, I know where you're going, using some of those ARPA funds for the potential new building, but we're not taking care of the buildings we got now.
Agree.
The
Sure.
building,
The
Well-
building at Highway was gonna cost.
yeah,
Right.
Remember that?
yeah.
Yeah, that was 6 million.
5 to 6.
Well, I mean, even renovations or, you know, remediation, you know, we don't know what we're gonna get into in Thompson Hall or whatever, so I would just soon set aside that 400K and leave it sit there until we get a little bit more firm footing around some of these other things. The other thing is, you had a report by the end of April as well, right? Our expenditures. Did you use the portal? What a nightmare. I think it's a
It
nightmare.
was, wasn't it?
I mean, despite the fact they ran several webinars, you know, to how to use it.
I must be just that good. I got it, I recorded it, I printed it all. I don't know. We had a lot to record.
I know you did, you know, but I was almost like, why didn't you even accept these?
Dan, because I didn't do it for Arcade, I think, I'm gonna whisper this, that it was purposely made difficult so that people would give up.
Yeah,
Because you had to take, there was one specific webinar that, thank God, the town clerk for Arcade said, hey, come down and take this with me. And then, oh, I don't want to do a webinar, but I went.
Sure.
It's like being given the keys to the kingdom, because without that, I wouldn't have been able to do it.
I watched the webinar a couple of times.
Oh,
I
yeah.
watched
I know this attorney
and then I went in and then I was
Right.
like,
Why did they make this thing so difficult?
Painful.
Oh, yeah, it was painful.
Did you spend it all, or are you all done? Did you only do it once?
How for what?
What we got, so we'll get another shot here.
Yeah, we'll get another shot this year. Why?
Supposed to be coming, I don't know, what's even
I came in July last year.
I didn't.
I was thinking it came in July, but maybe it was June.
To get in.
the art, whatever.
I mean, that's just my opinion.
So anyways, that's where we are with ARPA. What this has allowed us to do, and which I can't provide information on it, because I haven't had time, but what that's allowing us to do is really look at our plan and how do we want to use these funds? Because theoretically, we could reduce the tax rate quite a bit, because we know that we know what that fund balance was at the end of last year. I talked about that, and how much there was, and already this year, not even on our radar, is, we got $1 million that was retro from, 5 years of OTB or, the off-track budget. I mean, the first couple of years we budgeted a couple $100,000, but we just stopped budgeting because you just don't want to keep budgeting something you're not getting. So that came through. And with this ARPA funds claiming in 2021, roughly 2.5 million just in 2021. That was money that, again, community colleges, stuff that we, it's kind of the way we're choosing to do that, so we can use the money a little more freely. So, we need to really sit down and talk about how we want to go forward in the next 5 years for, I have the hospital subsidy. I think we have it at 3 million, maybe 4 in some years, as I go through. That's my goal, to work on that a lot this year, so I have, or this month. So I hope that's my goal. I don't know what's gonna happen, but so that we can have that going into, budget time. And I say that because I still have to learn how to use the budget module. I haven't looked at that yet, there's a binder. So, it's just allowed us to, we have money in our fund balance, way more than our fund balance, 15 million pounds, or 15% suggestion or recommendation according to our guideline. So we have quite a bit.
Sure.
So we just need to talk about, maybe we want, and it's not my decision, but maybe what's that group you have, planning? Space allocation comes through the planning department or the planning committee, right? So maybe your space allocation might want to get together, come up with some plans with some numbers. Like, what's the plan? Like, if we had $10 million to spend, what's the plan? If we had $8 million to spend, what's the plan? I have no idea how much things cost. Everyone says it's a lot for building stuff. We saw $6 million for highway. I don't know what you need, what you want. Those are things that someone has to work on and decide on. It's not my decision of what we're doing there. So
ability to participate as a group. Whatever needed those.
Yes.
But I think I'm gonna be able to provide you guys a better idea of where we're going, what we can do. I did work on the 5-year plan a little bit, earlier this year, just to make sure my reports were running and they made sense out of Munis. And it just takes that much longer because we don't have detailed data for 2021. You have to go back into the ACS system and try to piecemeal stuff together. So it's a difficult task right now. But
sure.
I was working on it and we could technically lower the tax rate for the next 2 years. if that's, and that would be the offset of not,
I know that some towns have had revals, and they've been significant, and
I
that's
know,
what.
I was revaled.
They've been telling those people, well, your tax, your rate can go down in order to do that. So
Right.
overall, I mean, the county assessment value should be quite an increase.
So I think it might be, we might be able to do something that, in my, however many years I've been doing this, 13 years, that we might actually reduce the tax levy. I'm just throwing that out there, but there's, I know we talked about it, but there's also, so I'm just saying we could. But then we also have to look at what the 5 years, so let's talk about that when I get there, but.
But I'd also like to see us looking at, some additional infrastructure improvement,
So we need-
broadband, for example,
So we need a plan.
right?
I
But,
mean, I can't do it, so if someone has these ideas and has some numbers attached to them,
Sure.
especially for your space application, I've heard about this. But I don't know when the big group gets together and meets, what are you deciding? Do you have Mike involved? What are the expenses? I don't know,
Mhm.
I just need a number. So,
Yeah, let's go back to page 6. The gas tax. If we got all this money, why aren't we giving the taxpayers a break on the gas tax?
here, we have money, and if you recall, there's a reason why we do. So.
Well, next to the older ones.
Fiscally conservative.
The hospitals are almost $1 million, it's that they haven't paid back in the last retirement. But
Janice, what's the projection? I know you must have had conversations with Merlin.
no, I've had like one phone conversation for like 3 minutes about this stipend, the whole time it's been here.
What are we actually looking at as far as subsidy by the end of the year?
I have no idea.
Is anybody?
There's no clear cut.
I think,
Let me interject here on that question. The agency budgeted $100,000 a month.
I saw.
We spent, around average of 400,000 so far this year per month, that's 300,000. That's, what's that come out to, the year, 12 months, 300,000, that's,
2.6 million.
yeah, million, and that's, but this past month was, 7, or not 7 million, 700,000. 700,000 this, in April, so that, with the 400,000 average, up to.
Oh, yeah,
So-
I get it.
It's the agency.
I don't wanna.
Right, it's the agency one, so. I'm only guessing, I mean, we all sat and heard, Mr. Colbus talk about it. And my conversation with him last week, for 2 hours. And he's, flat out said, I can't give any answer, but he says, yeah, he says, you need to right size the hospital for the community. Which we understand now, hindsight 2020. One example, we, 2 years ago, laid off, orthopedic surgery, 2 years ago. We blew the orthopedics out, thinking we were gonna be a destination hospital for orthopedics. They had never materialized, not due to the fact of the efforts and work from the orthopedic service, it was COVID too. But Mr. Coleman has said, you don't count on pulling people from Buffalo down to one town. You right size your hospital for what you have here. And that's his attitude about it, and that tells me, just me reading into it, that we're gonna be probably gonna some cuts of the services. We can't.
Okay, I understand all that, but what's the actual number? I mean,
Well, it's just, when COVID goes up or goes down, I mean, the COVID was up through April, March, and that's why we were reading one so bad. hemorrhaging like this, so we're.
Another question I have, you know, I think counting this part of the plans, the hospital, did we budget for raises, salary increases?
No.
So how did we plan that?
So we didn't budget for the one-time stipend because we were using ARPA. We did, however, in our contingency, because typically our contingency budget is around 500,000. It was 1.15 because we didn't have a union contract. And that's what we typically do, so.
We knew it was coming, so that's why we did that.
Yeah.
And
So, yeah, and I'm assuming they did too. I mean,
Okay, but I think in Mike's report this morning, he said that the loss, part of whatever the loss was this month was for
yeah.
the payment.
So I think
They had the money that shouldn't have been lost.
there, yeah, but you have to, they talk about finances differently. So they do actual to actual. So it's almost like if I take this budget piece out and the remaining budget and just look actual to actual, there's gonna be months that are really bad and months that are really good. Like the first month of the year, we pay the whole Munisville for the whole county in one payment. So that month's not gonna look good, amongst other things.
And that's how
they report, so
that's how
they're,
we report it right now.
that's how they report to you, so obviously they're saying this loss because of $1.7 million in, you know, those payouts.
Salaries.
Yeah, they didn't say anything about the $1 million they're gonna get from us.
Right.
So it's just
I don't
actual to
know,
actual.
something like knows that.
Well, I'm not gonna pay someone $225,000 to come and figure it all out.
So we need somebody in there at the finance to start understanding what's going on, because Merlin was up to speed. So the numbers that you reported here this morning, 2.7 million loss for April. Agency was 700,000, so 2 million was the loss, you know, you take out the agency. And 1.7 was retro. You could construe that, I don't think we should, but it could construe that I only lost 300,000 last month. I mean, it's how you can play the number game.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, versus, he said it was a 400,000 budget loss.
And they have a different budget loss for every month,
Yeah.
so.
Right,
Yeah.
so I mean, you can sit there and play those numbers and.
Let's let them sort it out for all the CEOs. Get back to us in 2 months.
The agency costs, and what's going on, the fixed costs.
Very quite possibly.
Yeah.
Till it's Friday.
Well, until the employment situation changes, we can hire a licensed.
I'm not arguing any of that, I just wondered, I'm trying to get in my head, how
I think we treat it as a fixed cost right now.
I mean, that's gonna be a loss.
Right.
And then you can say, okay, well, if you subtract that, you leave it a total amount, it's not, it's this.
But I don't, again, I don't think they budgeted for the FEMA money. So that, if you got the FEMA money, this $1 million from the ARPA funds, if they get that, there's $2 million in 1 month. So they're, you know, with the way they report it, it's a bit challenging.
And then when you read these reports in the paper, it doesn't look good.
I look at it and I look,
That's great to say that, and then somebody can say, but.
but they don't.
We're looking at this and this to offset.
I look at it.
That was back to 2018, when we made money in the hospital. Oh, we did. 4 years or 5 years of IGT money came in 1 year. Plus the 20 million was in the year before this, so we weren't paying the debt. We didn't make money back in 18. The hospital never made money. So, I mean, it's been a statement out of your mouth too, you made money back then. Not technically we did, because we lost money 15, 16, 17, and then 18, our AT&T money came in, and that's what that was.
The proper statement would have been, the county didn't have to subsidize the hospital at such a great number.
So, I mean, so I don't know how, I don't know the ins and outs of it down there, but we can discuss it all day.
Not get anywhere.
So let's move on.
To figure it out.
Some of us are gonna be leaving shortly.
Number, do you want me to just keep going?
You keep going.
Okay. Number 4, so number 4 is, I was told that we're purchasing that hunk of land or piece of land that wasn't part of the original sale. It's 40,000. I just,
We need to appropriate it.
yeah,
Okay.
I did 60, we don't have to do 60, but I just assume get it in there because I'm sure there's other expenses that are gonna be involved.
And that's a good idea too, because I was talking to them, we're gonna get taxes because of the time frame we're purchasing it. It's not gonna be accelerated, but it's also the other costs. And it's good not to have. We'll have taxes because we're not, it won't be done properly until after March 1st of next year. We can say March 1st.
That way.
I think it's assessed for 86,000.
All right. We have motion to raise back here. You can just go. Yeah, thanks. Oh. No more discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, and number 5, the transfer of those.
This is an appropriation, yeah, this is the appropriation to pay over to the hospital.
This is ARPA funds?
Yeah,
Okay,
on the sheet in yellow.
got it.
Number 6 is.
All,
Gotta vote.
no discussion on 5, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Probably eating lunch.
Number 6 is for the county side machining, highway, and comm fund. There's X's there, because basically it's this many pages of the data was invoiced. Okay, so CSEA, SDNI, resolution's gonna be over. Yeah. I didn't know if there's another way we could maybe do that to make it identical. I mean,
I think we can put all the detail in there, it's just gonna be several pages long.
and then I'm gonna save this sheet because I think at some point, nobody budgeted for, the retro. We have that in contingency, which is not now, so it'll be the same for the open that.
We already paid these people.
Huh?
We already paid them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I just gotta
Okay.
get some time to figure out how much
Move
we're.
it.
Motion by Supervisor Ruler, number 6. Any more discussion on this one? All in favor? Opposed? Good. Number 7.
So number 7 and 8 go together, kind of. I'll explain them together. The project for the roofing projects that we talked about and the project just got finished. We had allocated $180,000 for that project. When we initially did that, we transferred the money from our CIP fund and put it in the line so that we could start the project. Because we hadn't had the direct guidance from the IRS yet regarding ARPA. So once we got their guidance, we sat down here and we're like, here's what's going on for the roofing project, and everyone decided, yes, let's use ARPA funds. So that was never fixed at that time, so what this does is takes the 24,000 that was left over from the project, now that it's closed, close out that line in that project, sending that back to the CIP project, fund balance. And then this 155, which was the total cost of the roofing project, and what I'm claiming to the IRS, we are refunding that to the general CIP fund with the ARPA revenue.
Understand that? Motion by Supervisor Gray. Any questions on this? 7 and 8. Or Jim? 7 and 8.
7 and 8, yes.
Any no questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed. Top of page 9. Number 9.
Number 9 is the total appropriation we need to shore up some of those, workplace health visitors for departments who were going to workplace health for COVID type things, where we say, we put them through this COVID line, we just need to see.
Spend 150.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Davis. Any questions on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good carry. Number 10.
This is a request that I, got together yesterday, not too much advance notice for HR, and I apologize for that. But I keep putting it off. And I didn't get to do it, so I threw this together. I know I've talked to you guys about this before. We tried to use an employee for the OSA. We tried that route. Although that was very generous of them to, lend their employees time for us, it's not a workable solution. It didn't. The work is more, needs more attention. I mean, someone needs to be there, so we need to really get someone, in gear doing this work. We've been working like crazy for 2 years now. We thought it was Munis, it's just additional work. Every department has increased their grants. And I was telling Brian this morning, I said, you know what, I'm talking to people who don't even realize they need to submit a quarterly grant or need to, there's timelines. I'm like, what happened? And it's because we're so busy doing everything else. And he's like, well, maybe we should hire someone. I go, literally, my civil service position is grants and budget reimbursement. So that is my title. That's my civil service title. And there's just too much stuff going on. And I could just unload some things that I'm doing, but it's the amount of work that just never stops, and we can't keep up this pace. We can't do it. I know Jean is gonna be a grandmother in a month. And I'm not sure.
Janice, when I read through this initially, of course, there was some ambiguity here. Just the statement, position is needed as other departments are adding people in programs. Well, yeah.
I had Jean read this up for me, and I saw that after I sent that, and at that point.
And that this creates additional transactions which need to be reviewed and audited.
I read that too, and I didn't like it after I sent it, but I'm like, that's not what I meant. And what I mean is, I came to you in November, I think, October, November, with the
Okay.
same thing. I've tried other things.
Were you specific in your initial request in terms of these are the things that I need the additional person to do, like A, B, C, D, E?
Well, it's finance clerk 1, so that's what D is titled. So I'm gonna have D train this person to do what D is doing, except for some of the, claiming and, 606 claiming, things like that. I'm gonna dump some stuff off on D. And hopefully I'll have time to do dive into some of this other stuff that's not getting done. I don't know, figuring out how to generate the budget.
Now, is this the result of us implementing Munis?
I think it could be a little bit because of everybody's needs are changing. Everything changed a little bit. I think it's sheer volume. It just doesn't stop. there's a lot, I don't know if you guys realize this when you're looking at the audit committee. There's a lot of spending, there's a lot of chasing, there's a lot of investing. I mean, even contracts, we're a lot better at that, about having that contract, the process for that. I mean, that part is even better. We're getting better at what we do. It takes a little bit more time. I mean, I don't know if you found that.
It's just different for us because Lisa and Dee always work really well with the access database because they both have access to it. And so did some of the other departments, but this is a lot nicer because we're not pulling contracts. Contracts are entered. We're not chasing them to the county attorney's office. That approval happens right in 7 minutes. It's different, it's better. It does seem to create a little more work, but we're thinking it's because we're not used to it, so we're holding out hope still.
Do you have a
I'm
place?
thinking it's sheer volume, because I've really been monitoring this for about 2 years.
Okay, do you have a place to put this person?
I do.
And there's still a desk in the dean's office.
Okay,
This would be above your budget though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is this something that you've told the other ones that they should wait till next year in the budget process? Is this something that you could look at and say, well, we'll put it, work it in?
I can't wait till, I can't, there's not even, I can't even, I can't even do the budget process because I have to train everybody how to do the budget process because it's in Munis. I mean, I'm kind of on edge here. We're all on edge. We're looking at each other like there's no way we're gonna get this. We're all working longer. I'm not paying, we're not paying overtime. We're trying to flex a little, but we're all working. It's just not getting done. It's not getting done.
Would there be any time, Janice, for this person? Now, Kristen struggles downstairs
Yep.
sometimes with all this stuff.
Well, these are the things that need to be done. Kristen needs to sit and listen to some information that we can provide that would help her.
Yeah.
There's a lot of departments that don't know some of the efficiencies they can use or do.
And I think public defender.
I'm gonna tell you, there are a lot of things, I
We
really
need to
busy.
listen.
Well, what I'm saying is, yeah, I mean, obviously, if we have the capacity, we're gonna definitely, we can't do it and audit it, but I could audit it, I audit everything else, so. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, I just need something, there's a lot of departments that need stuff, need people. So I know everyone's asking you. But it's not something I just came up with, it's something I've been watching, something I've kind of brought to your attention last fall, tried some other ways. And even back before Munis, I remember we had a part-time person in there. Tammy Carney shared with the county clerk, and then she retired. So even back then, we had a half a person in there that just because there's so much stuff and there's so much more now.
how many people do you have now?
I'm gonna do.
Two?
You think there's the ability to find somebody, or not let the nurses and the CDL drivers and things like that?
I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Don't know until we try.
It's probably gonna happen, take some other department. But that's what happens. That's the way the world. Finance jobs are hard to fill. You're organized.
Sure.
Moving it.
Yeah, I'm moving. The record, make the motion, move it. And we'll discussion on this. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, we'll get together with you retroactive. Opposed?
I go back to the paperwork.
Okay,
I got it.
okay. I understand.
We just, yeah, we had.
Yeah, she was explaining it to me last night and I coached her through it, so I'm fairly happy with what we did.
So you're underwater.
Yeah, but damn, she's not the only only one.
I understand that. My question really is, will this person get you your head above water?
Well, I'm hoping.
Part of that is, what I understand is that, what she said, people don't understand how to budget yet, out of units.
Mhm.
She's gonna have to sit down and train those people to do it, so
Sure.
it's gonna be a.
I have to figure it out myself, I don't even know how to do it, so that's what I have to do between now, because we start the budget process next.
I know. Okay.
All right, we'll move on to page 15.
Wait, that last.
Oh my God, but you got a resolution yet to go through here.
Yes.
I will be official next Tuesday.
I'm like the biggest nutty one, and I think it's really coming as he.
Well, there are others, they're just probably not in as deep as Janice is, but there are other people that are struggling.
Anything else you know?
Sure.
Any questions for Janice? We'll move to page 15. All right, moving on. Page 15, training, nothing. Human resources, Dan, is that the way out?
This is Board of Elections, so.
Yeah, board of elections.
So on behalf of the Board of Elections, there are a couple of things. There's 20 positions created for election inspectors per diem, or just simply one for one replacements for people who left and need to replace them. Number two is requesting the Board of Elections to increase the per diem rate for those election inspectors to reflect minimum wage of $13.20 an hour to assist them in recruitment.
Motion by Mr. Becker. Any discussion on these?
Probably gonna be more because we gotta have 2 primaries now. That's gonna add to it.
Yep.
Right.
More discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Page 16, HR.
Okay, we have special. This is Phil, payroll clerk. I previously asked for your permission to fill the replacement of Nicole Durfee to resign. She is the payroll clerk responsible for hospital side payroll. We have hired a replacement who started yesterday. Note that the hourly rate that we're paying her is $21 an hour, which is about $100 below what we're paying Nicole. And I built in a 6-month successful probationary increase to 150 as part of the improvement. This was previously approved by the emergency fill.
Supervisor Lord. Any discussion on this one? All in favor?
I have 2 quick FYIs for the committee. One is the compensation committee needs to be reconstituted, reformulated for the county side compensation committee review. I have received a number of compensation committee review items from various department heads, and that process needs to. So
Currently, it's yourself, Rick, and Ellen.
that's correct.
Becky's on it too, isn't
And then, yes. The 4 of us are with you.
If that's going to be the committee, that's fine.
Anybody jumping out? All right, anybody want that?
It's not
Yeah. All right.
Now, do you do consider too, in your compensation review, situations like the one we just approved, where an individual was hired, and then after a period of time, pending a satisfactory performance, they get an automatic increase?
No, the compensation committee's purview is really very limited. It's limited to those individuals whose jobs have had substantive changes or other market factors have resulted in a need for a market adjustment. It's really not a performance thing. it's really looking at.
Sure. But won't that performance adjustment make up for some market adjustment?
Yes, theoretically, but that's, the way the compensation committee process is designed and the way the policy is written, that's really outside the purview of the committee.
Well, I would submit to you, Dan, that we should be considering where if an employee was hired and then after a year's period of satisfactory performance, their salary is adjusted by X, that ought to be included in the thinking of the department heads as well as the comp committee in terms of whether or not we have to go over and above and beyond that amount to meet the market rate.
You're talking about like new employees, right? Yeah.
Well, no, I'm talking about employees who are coming up on maybe their 1 year anniversary.
I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to that thinking, Dan, but just so the way the policy is currently written, those individuals who are identified only by their department heads, those department heads then have to put together a form essentially with their reasoning and rationale to fall into 4 specific categories outlined by the policy.
Sure.
Okay, so they have to respond to those 4 categories. The compensation committee, as it stands, is not empowered to go through a review of all employees looking to make adjustments. The compensation committee's purview is only to look at those that are brought forth by the department heads.
Now, what about department heads?
Department heads.
Who makes
their
the,
own.
well, department heads, I mean, who would make a recommendation to adjust the salary of a department head? The committee chair?
In years past, the department head made a recommendation
For their own position?
increase reviewable by the compensation committee. That's the way it's worked in the past. Now, I'm not saying that's perfect, but that's the way it's worked.
Okay.
And we have.
Despite the fact that they may even be scheduled for an increase because of their tenure.
Now, this is not cost of living. This is.
No, I'm not talking about cost of living. I'm saying we hired somebody on June 1st of 2021 under the provision that after 1 year of service, their salary would go from
X to Y.
X to Y.
Right. That's outside the purview of the compensation committee. That happens.
And I question that, whether it should be.
Well,
why would you make a market adjustment to someone's salary when they're already getting an increase that's automatically scheduled? Unless there's such a gap between the
I
two.
don't know that we've done that, but we will, that does get looked at. We look at it.
Yeah, we look.
In the compensation, we look at the history.
Yes.
We also look at the idea.
Or look at the
history
history and the impending increases that are going to occur.
I can tell you that there have been, and there are currently no submissions that would meet the category that you're talking about now, where someone is essentially probationary and then getting an automatic bump. Now, the process for review of that automatic bump is the chair of the individual department that person works under. So, for example, we've had people who have, upon successful completion of this or that or the other thing, they're scheduled for a bump. I don't pay that until the chair of the department has approved it.
The committee chair.
Chair of the committee, excuse me.
That's kind of sometimes in their employment offer, isn't it?
Correct, but it's contingent. Either a successful evaluation or a successful completion of this course or that course, verified by and authorized by the chair. It's not an automatic, it's a contingent.
So you would entertain submissions from committee chairs for market rate adjustments to individuals?
Why not?
Yeah, there's nothing in the policy that would
prevent that.
One of you from submitting a application to the committee for review of someone's salary, correct? And you would follow the same criteria and process that the department.
Okay, what's the deadline?
the end of the month.
End of this month.
Yeah, I'll send you the policy, Nancy, you have it.
Okay. All right.
Else?
Yeah, one other thing, the negotiations for a successor agreement for our two sheriff's unions are going to begin. I've been notified by both the jail division and the patrol division that we should start negotiations for successor contracts. So I'm doing beginning that. And I know we talked about formation of a committee of public safety.
Right.
So I just let you know FYI that those negotiations will commence in the next few days, weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, page 16, human services. The social services, comfort, casework trainee. Clerk, community service worker, administrative assistant, with operations. And a second, 2, 6 position. Phil, is there any questions on any of these 6? Motion, all 6 of them?
Sure, all 6 of them.
All 6, Mr. Phillips? Favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Carries the region.
I'm getting her.
And carries. There's an appropriation for stabilizing the P4P.
Aquifer prevention.
Aquifer prevention, equipment creating walls and lobby of the building. No house offices.
It's a mental health. At the moment.
Is there a motion? Motion by Brenda Davis. Any discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. The Health Department, the men's center schedules us, for the 2022 COLA for the fiscal administrator position. Questions on this one? Supervisor Davis? Favor?
Aye.
Carries. Page 19. Wyoming County Resource Agency, $3,500 special service in order to pay for unbundled grant services. Discussion on this one. Motion by Supervisor Brick. Favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. We got a position filled, create fill for custodian and buildings and grounds. Any discussion on this one? Motion by Supervisor Brick. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries. And then in highway, we got a position fill. Book on there, which is approved for the county passing of the 40. Any questions on this one? All in favor? So highway, we have appropriations for weed control, 5,000. Appropriation for bituminous products of 750,000. Appropriation for guide rail for fixing that at the insurance recovery. A lot of that for appropriation for working at DMV for $5 grand and an appropriation for $160,000. So.
I'll move 327.
I have motion by Supervisor Brick, 327. Any discussion on any of these questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Now, public safety. This is great fellow for the sheriff's office and correction during in the jail. Supervisor May. Are you?
Yes. I'll move number 1.
Any discussion on this one? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Number 2, possession in the jail for illegal delivery.
I'll move that one, Brian.
I got you on already, Sue, thank you. Any discussion on this one? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And for emergency services, $11,000 for training on the burn tower.
I'll move that one also, Brian.
Motion by Supervisor May, is there any discussion on this one?
The burn tower on the ARPA thing is 23,000. Is this different?
I believe this is different because they opened something up in the.
Yeah, this is what they
burn
found.
tower found.
That was appropriated before they found this.
Yes.
This is additional.
This is additional. So. I'm assuming we're going to go that. Check it out. All right, any questions then? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carried. And now to page 21, public defender appropriation for spending
I can move that one also, Brian.
Motion by Supervisor May. Any questions or comments on this one? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. And then page 22, district attorney to amend salary schedule G for the following segments. Grant.
I'll move 5 and 6.
Motion by Supervisor May, 5 and 6. More discussion on these. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Anything else before we adjourn? I had one issue I was going to bring up. Talk about, we talked about gas. Even what's been going on around here with issues with zoning, issues with different departments. We talked about county manager. I'm still a proponent for county manager. I mean, we need to talk more about it. 4 hours into this meeting, I don't know that we spend a lot of time on it. We give our HR director some tags and get something drawn up, see what is in the books for county manager or.
I believe he's already done that.
You've already done that?
Yes, but maybe we want to carry the conversation with the set of job duties into committee of the whole
Okay.
next week.
Everybody on board with that? I think it's something.
What's the agenda look like for the committee of the whole?
I know that Susie's got Henry Vitazek coming and we just said something else, I think, today, the committee of the whole.
We added,
In my pile here.
From you, you said the stuff I sent you on.
Yes.
Thompson Hall basement.
Thompson, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but that was more or less, you were gonna report back.
I'm gonna be calling.
So hopefully it won't take long.
Report. We're gonna make it quick.
And there's a local law in place that created a county administrator years ago that should be looked at.
No, I mean, the whole issue associated with Thompson Hall, I think would have been, that would have been something a county administrator would have got their arms around and
That's
taken care of that, you know?
right, and I apologize, I didn't.
No, I mean, I understand, but, you know, we have things that come up.
Got their input before we get into the
Sure.
whole. And,
I mean, the department has looked for direction. And, you know, they need someone that they can go to for specific direction. Plus, we need someone to help us get us over the finish line with Munis. Right?
Done before that, it's on board.
Well, no, I mean, I'm sure we got our folks at HR that need to have that system up and running.
Well, I think this person sounds like magic, so good luck.
There's no lack for work, that's for sure. But yeah. Conversation.
I emailed this morning, everybody, an updated memo. I have the hard copy, so Cheryl's passing it out to me in case you didn't get it via email. I apologize that it took me so long to get it done with all the multiple FOIL requests and all the crazy things that we have to do. An update on the board of managers and the questions that folks posed to me and asked me to give some legal information.
Got it. Thank you.
And perhaps you want to talk about something that committee in the whole is one of my sentences in there, so I think I just want to add that in.
So you want to start doing the whole over? Is another thing to throw on?
Not unless you're buying lunch.
I'm still trying to remember. You're a you're retired.
I'm fine.
Well, so
And buying
I'm
lunch.
we want to leave it at 12:30.
We got plenty of time. Well, we won't have the next month. Let's see, we have July, right? We will have a committee of the whole, but the other question is, are we meeting at the fair this year?
I believe we're going to be asked to be at the fair.
Okay.
You'll have to move the meeting
We are.
Ooh,
Oh,
date.
Yeah.
the date.
because the fair is.
Yes, that's right. So do we want to do that
It's a July meeting.
July? In July, okay. Well, let's, I mean, it's gonna be, by the time Dan sends that information out, we only have a short time to kind of digest that, but if we can get the ball rolling on that,
You should all roll and talk about it.
yeah,
Whatever it is, we'll-
sure.
Just a reminder to everybody, I know it doesn't, maybe not as important to you as it is to me, but we have our bridge dedication Thursday at 10:00.
So,
Everyone's welcome to attend, and we've got lunch afterwards also, if you're interested.
You're free lunch, Dan.
Prime rib.
okay.
And it is very important.
I think there's gonna be quite a bit of media there. I know, Tony Santoro is, not Tony Santoro, Tony Santoro is, got the American Color Guard, Rifle Guard, doing tags. We've got Patriot Riders coming.
Is the water deep enough underneath to jump into with the bridge?
Right now, no.
It's never been.
No?
Well, that was, or right out, then you're not going in that water anyway. It'll be-
You can't even go tubing down through there or anything?
Are we?
Or
It's a
yes?
slate, it's a slate bottom bridge.
In the spring with the thaw.
Okay, all right.
You can walk across it.
Not good at jumping.
So are we meeting early or are we done? What are we?
I think if it's.
The road's closed.
Just say to start the discussion, and the committee of the whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can do it in
All right. Make the whole stay at 1 o'clock. Anything else? We're adjourned.
Dan.
Yes.
I'm driving some. Yeah. They're waiting. So I don't.
Send it to you.
Thank you.
I'm okay.
How long of a speech do you want from the third?
How quick can we cut you off? You just welcome.
I'm welcoming
Everyone, I'm welcoming. You can ramble a little if you want, and then just use the color area and tell me to do the pledge.
Okay. I'll wing it. I can talk. Back 4 years ago. First committee.
Has given me.
I'll try and make it then, I suppose.
She's got a day calendar that she writes things on.
Okay, well, this was a long one. On the other meetings,
Now I got one. Meeting at 12:30, 1:30. Perkins.
New York State.
She's screaming. Live.
So.
Wait, I gotta hear that.